Alright, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome to my stream. Kerbal Space Program is what we're going to play. Let me check my audio levels here. Maybe. Am I not... Let me, maybe there's a big long delay? Or I'm not actually transmitting? Huh. Let me refresh the browser. Huh. Oh, no, okay. All right, let me let me mute it and do it again here. Let me see. Huh. Oh, no, okay. All right, let me all right. I guess there's just a huge delay. It looks like, wow, almost a 20-second delay. I wonder why. Anyway, looks like everything looks okay. There's no dips, no frame rate. Oh, I did have some loss. Not much, though. Nothing worth mentioning, although I just mentioned it. But once again, let me do an audio check. Oh, frame rate. Okay, no, that's okay. So we have some audio. Let's get the game going. Gotta find the game. There's the game. I'm still sick. It's in my head. I have a head cold. I'm not sick in it. Never mind. So I do have a big cup of hot tea with honey. I have some orange juice. And I'm going to make a lot of loud noise because I'm going to pop a throat lozenge. But it's mainly just a head cold. I do have a cough. Alright. Let's get the game going here. Let me just double check the audio one more time. I do have a cough. Alright, good. I need to set up a MinMus COMMSAT network. I think I got lucky because when I was doing stuff early career, I didn't have to do a whole lot of stuff in MinMus, and when I did, it was all man stuff. So I realized I didn't have a comm network. So do I need one? Yeah, I don't know. But the reason why I thought I would do one is if we take a look at the tracking station. So we have Kerbin, we have the MUN, and then you have MinMus. So it's, even though Kerbin's got ground stations, I only have one turned on. I don't have them all. I just have KSC. So if I have stuff that's going out to, you know, well, this stuff, I want to make sure I can keep communication with it. So I think, just based upon pure, you know, MinMus is the most furthest celestial body around. So I want to put something very strong in a geosynchronous orbit around MinMus. So that's what I wanted to do today. We're going to design something a little beefier than normal, I guess. And we're going to put those in orbit, in somewhat of a synchronous orbit. And I will share how I do it. Alright, so first of all, if we take a look at communications, this is the biggest one. And they're combinable. So is what I want to try to do is make something around MinMus. I read somewhere, or someone told me, that there is a bug, I don't know if they squashed it, to where KSP doesn't always point at the closest strongest, it always goes right to the strongest. I don't know if they fixed that, but anyways. So this obviously is our biggest relay. So we're going to build something around that, and I'm just going to futz around with some ideas here. So if I grab this and then go to antennas, and I go 3 of these. All right. I do believe I'm going to do something like this around MinMus. But can I do it with this piece instead of that big old honking piece? Well, ooh, maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's get rid of that. Go back to the antennas. Well, let's see. Let's do this. Yeah, alright. So let's go back to antennas. And so I think 4. Yeah, 4 would be nuts. I think 3 is a little bit more believable. So as what that gives me is basically 100 gigameters times 3. All right. Now what is their power? 68.6 a second. Oh, when transmitting. Okay. So, transmitting. I don't think I'm actually going to be transmitting, because these aren't going to be science relays, they're just going to be communications relays. I don't know what I did there. Let's put these back. Alright. Alright, so let's call this the MinMus COMMSAT. Alright.
That was totally wicked!
Nezodam with the host. Thank you, Nezo. Appreciate that. Appreciate it a lot. You know what? Instead of... I'm probably going to regret this, but instead of using this structural piece, why don't I actually use... Where is it? There it is. Oh, maybe not. Well, let's try it. The reason why... I don't think I've ever really used this because it's got problems. It really does. How you doing, Nezo? And the reason why I swapped from a circular to a round is, well, they're going to look like they're actually sitting a little bit better, I think. Alright. They actually do. Alright, so let's get them in, down. Alright. But wait a minute, what if we got the... There we go. Alright, let's see if this is going to mess up on me. No. Cool. Alright. Then is what I can do is... Alright. I don't know what I want to do. Alright, so we're going to need a little bit of propulsion. We're going to need a little bit of RCS because we're going to do some... we're going to get these things as synchronous as possible. I said things as... Well, as soon as we build them. Launch them. So let me... And they really don't need that much fuel. They really, really don't. And, well, okay, I'm going to put it with a 909. Okay. And, yep, I'm still sick. Alright. so let's go ahead and get this and this about like so. And see, I do want to do that. Batteries really don't weigh a whole heck of a lot. See, that's why I don't like this fuselage thing. However, whoa, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, I know, that looks very bad. Just an idea. Just an idea. I'm gonna put a couple, though. I know I've got a battery. So far, I don't know what I'm gonna do about power generation. Because as monst... Oh. Fine. But from the top. That's as far as that can go without getting all weird. And then... Alright. See, if I'm going to stack these, I have to do something to the top. Well, batteries, for one. Just looks terrible. Alright. Alright, Solo. Hey, thanks a lot for dropping in, Solo. Appreciate it. I'm trying to come up with an idea. I really don't need that much Delta V, because they're not going to do a whole lot of moving. However, the one thing that's lacking here, so this should be interesting. Alright, so what we do need is we need a little bit of RCS. Alright, so let's put that there for now. And I need some RCS things. Really? Alright, wait a minute. Interesting. Trying to build This is something I learned from Das Valdez. Also, EJ does this. Because what I'm doing is making a 5-way RCS. Well, yeah. Alright, so let's, I need to put these in, and that's not going to work. Why? Let's do that. How did I do that again? Well, before 1.2 it was actually really simple to do, Nezo, and then something changed in one of the parts. But all you do is you take the any place anywhere, and just work with one. Then you take the 4-way, and if you notice on this thing, notice it's hard to see because I'm not zoomed in, but there's more writing at the top. So orientation is important, but all you do is you just kind of set it on top of it. Make sure you get all the writing at the top, like so. And it's slightly tilted because you're putting flat on top of round. So then you do this with no snap on, just tilt a little bit, and then you smoosh it on top. And you can tell if it's centered. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can tell if it's centered because, well, the black thing should be in the middle. And then you can grab the middle one. Oops, my bad. Okay, there you go. I saw EJ doing that. Saw DOS doing it. But before 1.2, doing this was actually, it was easier. So I don't know what changed with the dynamics of the parts. Anyway, so let me pull these off and get these on here correctly. That's odd. Oh, because it's right, it's octagonal. Nezo, if you're learning something from me, it's going to be done wrong. I just don't do anything correct in this game. But I appreciate it. Alright, so we should have 4 of those, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, good. And is what I do is I use these to refine the rotation period. So what I do is we just limit these all the way down to 1. So again, not for docking. This is actually for something else. All right. And again, we don't need that much. Master Gunnery Sergeant. Thank you, sir. Alright, alright, let's put the dishes back on. And again, what I'm trying to go for is, well, just something that might help. Because I think I'm going to have a situation in Duna. Maybe even Eve. I figured, since MinMus is within the Kerbin sphere of influence, but it's the most, well, depending upon location of planets, hopefully, by putting these things out in orbit around MinMus, it might help with the Duna situation from time to time. You're only a staff sergeant? Well, still. Sir, yes, sir. Alright, is what I want to do is try to compact this as much as possible. Let's grab. And I have that. All right. No, really? All right, fine. We'll do it this way. But you don't want to cooperate. I will attempt to ask you nicely to cooperate. That's so weird. Why are they... Alright, so... Where are they? Oh, that makes sense. So again, I'm not worried too much about RCS balance. And this probe core that I'm using has a pretty healthy reaction wheel, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's actually pretty decent. So we have power generation. We don't have any power, or we have power storage but no generation. So let me go ahead and just, again, let me kind of get these things to play somewhat nicely. Oops. Okay. So I guess I could do some solar panels. I guess I could. It's probably gonna look dorky. So if I go electrical, and if we go, so you're getting something on top of that. That's where the Well, Seamus, the idea is I want the MinMus. So MinMus, again, the early part when I said the reason why I'm doing this, it's not just to cover MinMus, but it's to help, because MinMus is the most furthest celestial body planet in the Kerbin SOI. And I have two things on the way to Duna. One got there with a 1% connection to KSC. So I'm thinking maybe, depending upon orientation and closeness and furtherness, that maybe MinMus could have a stronger one. It might help. I don't know. But I know there's a bug that somebody either told me about or read, that KSP favors the strongest versus the closest strongest. So I don't know if this is going to be a futile attempt or not. But, alright, so anyway, see, how do we do this? I guess, but early career, the things I did for MinMus, I did put something in orbit, but I did everything with Kerbals, so... Whoa, go back. Alright, so obviously I need to do the antennas last. Alright. But like I said, I'm just trying to see if... I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if it works, cool. Alright, so... Hmm. I just cannot win with these solar panels. Alright, well. If they break, they break. I'm going to have a backup. Again, I'm not going to do a whole lot of transmitting. I'm going to do more just relaying. But I do have to get some other antennas in here somewhere. I'm not going to put any science experiments on them. You're going to need at least 4 to approximate a ground station, by the way. Yeah. See, I don't think I can fit 4. Well, see, even when I read the wiki, it says such, but I don't think the game does it yet. Or, might make things actually easier. Alright, so let's do... okay, let's try 4. These things are going to be huge. 3 gets you close, but 2 by... Oh, I got you. Alright. I don't know if they actually do that yet. I haven't heard anyone test it. All I heard was that there was a bug. But it's not that big of a deal. Alright. Well, you know. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, that's gross. But as always, input is greatly appreciated. Alright, so... So again, the power requirement is only when we transmit. Now, does that mean that when it relays, it's actually transmitting? Probably it is, when it picks up a signal. 68. These things are probably going to go brain dead on me. Hey, CTP, how you doing? I should have... Linux Guru Gamer! How the heck are you? I was using one of your mods the other day. I used to use a lot of your mods. You took over the blueprint one, the KVV that you now call, what do you call it now? Wait, don't tell me. The Chronal Vessel Viewer. Only one. Yes, it's very sad that I only use one of your many billion mods. But you know, that's going to change. It's going to change. Relaying does not count as transmitting, and even if it did, the sat is liable to be out of scene most of the time. Oh, I see what you're saying. 55 plus. So this is what I wanted to do. We have a probe core, but is what I'm... It's approaching your age. Oh no. When I finally finish a historical career and start my second one, I'm going to build things that are going to be more accurate in visual. And with that, I'll need more than stock parts. So that's where KW Rocketry will come in. What was I thinking of? Oh. It's on Thursday. Mine's next month. Well, happy early belated birthday, because I know I'm not going to, you know, it's the whole timing of, what am I trying to do? I need to put some sort of power generation. Oh, wait, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can put some trickle charge out there. I can do that. Oh, yeah. We put 3 of these. Oops, that's gross. Because, you know, what's a little plutonium out in the middle of space, right? The shortest path here is probably in the same optimization of the pathing system to avoid the possibility of trace recurring paths. I don't know. Oh. Well, like I said, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not going for realism here, obviously. Anyone that watches my stream knows that. So, there we go. So each one of these little satellites has a little over 300 delta V, which is fine. And it's going to be MinMus. MinMus is very forgiving. So, let's save that. So what am I missing? Anything? I have RCS, so that is for doing the fine-tunement. I'm making up words. The fine-tuning of the rotational period. I would like to get to them to make sure. I think. No, there we go. Alright, good. Octosat. No, I'm using all stock stuff right now, Linux. The only thing that's not stock is I do want to colonize, and I want life support, so I'm using just USI's Umbra Space Technology. But I did use Octosat before. Fantastic. The combination is what you can do with that. I'm leaving this like this, so why? I think also we need to also do this. I don't think these will fit. No. Are you doing Octosat now? No, I've used them before. In fact, I tried to put something out in Duna before with it, and I was using remote tech, and it didn't really work out for me. I did it wrong, but all right. So let's do this. It's kind of cool because Octosat would work with one of the SpaceX launch was a satellite, wasn't it? No, that was a resupply. I was looking at a nano satellite launch, and I said, "Whoa, that's cool," because it was a really tiny satellite that was going to do a whole lot of really cool stuff. All right, and I said, "Well, I could probably do that in KSP," but I couldn't because I couldn't make it as small. But I go, "Oh wait, there's Octosat. Octosat is small. It has fuel cells. It has everything." Alright, so what I was doing here is, if I'm going to stack another satellite on top of it, I think I should have enough clearance. I think. But what I need to do is put one of these things, too big, these things, and we want to get that down to 5. Yeah, the Japanese one that failed. Yeah, but I was looking at the rocket design and offline. I was trying to see what I could do in stock, and I got kind of close. It just I'm terrible at fairing design. That's all. What am I doing here? Heaviest part, good. Oops. And let's get into where's the trying to get there. Alright, so that is a MinMus relay that I think should work. Alright, so let's put this here. Let's go ahead and save that. And let's switch root from wherever down to this thing. And let's make a subassembly out of this. Alright. So now let's design a rocket. Excuse me. So first of all, let's go with that and Alright, so then we'll go back to the subassemblies and find the MinMus Geo. Oh, I did have a. Oh, I wonder what happened to that one. There we go. Alright, so I don't think I'm going to use those. No. And then I should be able to just, wait, what am I doing? Oh no, come back. Can I post a link of a project I'm working on? I don't see why not. Flash, as long as it's KSP, rocket, pizza, donut, comic book related. So let me give you a permit here. There you go. Thanks for asking. I do appreciate that very much. So what I want to do is I want to get rid of this piece. So I need to go there to there. No? Oh, why won't that work? Reassign route from there to somewhere. Huh. Alright, this is working on a shuttle. Let's take a look. Oh, you even got your own launch pad. Oh, very nice. Looks like you've been taking some hints maybe from EJ. Oh, look at that. You got your own mobile launch pad. That is really cool. And it's stock. Very nice. Very impressive. You said MLP, and I thought that was Mobile Processing Lab. Alright, what am I doing here? Why can't I reassign route? I want to get rid of this thing. So if I say reassign from here to there, it won't work. Maybe on top? Alright, there we go. Wait, that won't work. That didn't work. Alright, fine. Let's just assign route back from here to here. Alright. So we're gonna have to do this. Grab the engine, grab that. Okay. Ooh, there we go. There we go. You know, it does look kind of dorky to have the really tiny... Oh, dear Lord. Hey, Fuzzy, focus. I'm terrible. Terrible with names. Alright, let's go back and... use this. Alright, let's reduce that down to about 5. Bogs! Doggone it. Sorry. Alright, then we can put that there. Then, just copy that and go that. Oh. Alright. Alright, so that's the MinMus thing. Still sick, sorry. That was rude. It's tea with honey that I just drank. Alright, so alright, so I think we're ready. We don't need this. We are going to do... What am I going to do, though? Oh, wait. I'm going to put this. And we're going to do this. Alright. So, each one of these has got about 300 delta V, and for MinMus that's going to be fine because they're actually not going to do a whole lot of zipping around the sphere of influence. What is this? This is an attempt to expand. Nekomendu, thank you for that follow. This is an attempt to expand, make a stronger comm signal for Kerbin, because I have things going to Duna that barely can reach, and I have stuff going to Jewel that I don't think are going to reach, and I'm just trying to put something as further out as possible in the Kerbin solar system versus Kerbin, because I've only have one ground station on Kerbin, so I don't want to have to enable them. But let's see if this works. So let's go ahead and save this. Let's see if I can wrap a... It's going to be ugly. First of all, let's make sure that's strutted. Did that get strutted? That did not get strutted. Oh, wait. And then that means this one did not. Now the engine should be. They are. Alright. Depends upon the vehicle. Well, you know, historically they weren't that strong, but I want to be able to complete the tasks, you know, at hand. I need to drink some OJ. You know, I just splashed orange juice in my face. All right. Argy, how you doing? Alright, let's see if I can do a fairing. Build fairing. We're gonna get around this? Oh, we are. Again, it doesn't look very... Well, actually, it doesn't look so bad. Alright, who knows off the top of the head what the Delta V requirements are to get from Kerbin to MinMus? Is that 900 plus? Let's check it out. Let's I think, oops. KSP Delta V map. See what that says. Did that not work? KSP there we go. That'll work. And this is an updated one. I was actually using 1.04 or 1.05. The MinMus we need, we'll say 1,000 plus 15. So we're going to say 15. Let's just round it up to 2,000 just to make sure. Also, if comms are an issue, I'd probably be wiser to put these out. What? Well, we're just going to have to see what happens. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then, I don't know. Ever thought about creating a space agency with DMP? Oh, no, I have not. Good idea. Good idea. Alright, so let's get this stage built. So these got their own reaction wheels, but the bus... So this stage is going to be called the bus. As in shipping. It's amazing. I don't know if you remember me, but I asked... You were one of my first advice on the stream on Kerbal gameplay. I haven't watched you forever. Well, Ethan the boss 12345 I do not remember. I do apologize. And I hope the advice I gave you was sound. I hope it worked. If it didn't, don't blame me. I don't know it. Let's grab a fuel tank. Again, we're looking for 1,500 to 1,000 delta V. 1,500 to 1,000? 1,500 to 2,000, sorry. Actually, how heavy is this? 42 tons. Alright. Wait, that's wrong. Actually, that's fine. That is more than enough. Alright, cool. It's gonna work. Well, this stage anyways. Alright, cool. So this stage right here, the way it's built, it's got a fine thrust to weight ratio, and it's got over 1,000 delta V more than we need to get to MinMus. That's okay. Do I have... I don't have any. Alright, that's fine. Alright. This is going to be interesting. But again, Ethan, appreciate it. Appreciate the return. I have to load up on another throat lozenge because, yes, I am sick. Getting better. Getting much better. It's chest cold, head cold now versus flu. Mentholyptus. Alright. Now we need to get this off the planet. So, is what I'm doing here is you don't see the delta V or any of these things, but I built them separately and they have about 300 delta V each, which is more than enough for what they're going to be doing. So again, what I'm doing is making a rocket that will get it from Kerbin. So what in Kerbal Engineers, what I did here is this stage alone, with this fuel, has got 2,407 delta V. And according to the little map, we only need 9, we'll say, we're going to round up. We're going to say 950, plus we have an inclination. We're going to say 400. So that's 9, 1,300, 1,400, and yeah. So again, 1,000 would have worked, but we're going to have more than enough. I'm still not sold on server-based shared world KSP multiplayer. I would like to see it perhaps as an option within the core, and then modders can mod from that, because, you know, Squad has always done a fantastic job. And then there's always, you know, security and people cheating and stuff. But you only play with people you trust, you know. That's my rule. Alright, so where's the engine at? Whoa. Oh, actually, something's wrong here. Where's that thing? I don't think my staging is very accurate here. Ooh, what happened? That goes there. That. Alright, so change of plans. We only have 1,400 delta V. Good thing I double checked the staging here. So 1,400 delta V, so we need 1,000. Again, that should be That should be fine. But is what we can do is to ensure, just in case, because I make tons of mistakes, we can do this. There. I think. Alright, that's gonna work. Alright, so let's put that in compact, atmospheric. Now let's get this off the planet, Kerbin. So again, what we're gonna need is a decoupler. Let's grab a decoupler. And our staging is all hooey. It's fine. Hooey. Let's go ahead and strut. Did we get this strutted? That is not strutted. And is that one strutted? That one is. Alright, cool. Alright, let's put the decoupler. Let's go ahead and strut that in there. Let's put us a reaction wheel. And then let's put us a couple of big fuel tanks. Well, maybe just one. Maybe just one, and then we'll do some what's called onion staging, I guess. Let's see what we got here. No, not that. Alright, we have a staging issue here. Alright, so alright, so what we're going to do here is we're just going to make a copy of this stage. And Pet Caps, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Guys, thanks a lot for hanging out with me today. We're going to do something that's not historical. I do think that we do have some historical stuff coming up today. Yeah, so in 68 days, it looks like we have a burn for Pioneer 11. And we're going to do some MUN launches. I'm going to take some pre-existing drill sites and we're going to crunch them down. We're going to make them more efficient because we're getting ready to think about going to Duna as soon as we get some stuff on the surface of Duna historically. So once we start landing rovers and stuff historically, then we're going to start colonizing Duna. But we got to get supplies there. We got to get pretty pictures. So it's not going to happen today, but we got to get prepared. Prepared. Oh yeah, that's something I should never say. Alright, so let's go ahead and put that, and let's put that, and let's lower this. Let's get a little bit even. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Alright. Okay, so that's what we need to do. We're going to put probably 3 of these. Let's make sure we maintain some control. So I want to make it look like a rocket. Sorta. Alright, so let's go ahead and that down there. Is that on straight? That is on straight. Good. I mean, I've known a couple people that did DMP, and they had fun, and that was back before 1.2. You know, it's one of those things that, you know, if you have a group of people or a couple people that you want to try it out with, why not, you know? And then, you know, make up some sort of role-playing. Alright, so what we have here is I built 1 booster. That way I don't have to do it many times. Oops. I think I forgot to strut that. I did. Alright. And then is what we're going to do is we're going to make... Oh, dear. Go back. Go back. Thank you. There we go. Oh. Alright, so let's try 3 of these. Let's get the staging all oh, you know what I forgot to do, though? Hang on. Let's put this back down to 1. And what I forgot to do was to make sure that these things fly off, or move themselves away. I like to do a few separatrons. Okay. They did not go on the way I wanted them to. That's not right. Oh well. If we do mirror, will that work? Will mirror work? It will. Cool. Oop. Alright. Alright. And then let's just kind of squeeze these in a little bit. We just want to make sure that when these tanks stage and they separate, that they actually do what they're supposed to do. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go ahead and grab this decoupler. And again, we're going to go with 3. So we're going to get the first one lined up. We might have to go with 4. I don't know. Alright, so let's get all the staging situated here. Wow, what a mess. Alright, so engines. Is that the other one? Okay. These should be here. Right? So we got 4 engines. 4 engines. And this is stage 4. Something's strange in my staging here. Hang on. We should have 3 of these. Alright, what's going on here? Okay, there's 3. 2. Wait, how many of those? 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be 12. Alright, that's 12. Alright, so that's right. That's there and that's there. Alright, so do I not have enough delta V? Well, our TWR is too high, for one. There, that's good. So let's see here. We're going to burn all of this fuel with these engines. 147 off the launch pad. That's stage... It's like staging isn't revealing something here. So stage 5 is here. Oh, alright. I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be close, but again, we're over budget on this stage, so I think we're going to be fine. Andy, whatever happened to your green screen? I'm just in a different location where a green screen doesn't work. That's all. Still get the voice, still get the mug. Alright, so this is our MinMus COMMSAT. Let's get it out of here. Let's get it launched. Let's do this thing. Hopefully it works. Hopefully. Andy says hopefully it'll work. Yeah, well, most of my rocket launches are hopeful. The Nether Void. Hey boss, how you doing? Okay, that was ugly. What would be easier? I guess move that. Alright. You know, there is a mod that I want to use, but I don't because of fluctuating volumes with the engine. Real Plume, when I used it back in 105, I really liked it. I thought it was cool. The smoke screen with the plume. Some people don't think it's realistic, some people do, whatever. And I asked the mod author, I go, hey, is there a way to make the engine sounds balanced? And was it Nighthawk, I think is the mod author. And he says, well, only if you go and edit the sounds. I go, well, I guess I won't be using it. But he said he thinks he found a way to actually do it. So I've been following the progress. Alright, so I think we're good. Am I missing anything? Again, the satellites... This is just an attempt to make MinMus a little bit stronger than Kerbin. An attempt. I don't know if it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, and they're just out there, they're out there. We'll see. Let's make MinMus great again, shall we? Wow, that is a big rocket, isn't it? Alright, so let's put this up about there. Everything looks good. Cool. Alright. Oh dear. What is going on here? What is that? What is going on with that? That was weird. Are they not attached? Oh, maybe that's why. Oh, I forgot I redid this and I forgot. Oh, never mind. That was my bad. My fault. So, alright. You know what? Just in case, let's do some old school stuff here, shall we? I mean, I've launched bigger before, and the auto strut did work, but I'm a little nervous. Okay, that didn't go as planned. All right, weird, cool, all weird. All right. You know, if you're looking for perfect rocket execution with the most efficiency, wrong stream. I try to be productive, I try to learn, I try to have fun. I try. Alright, let's see if this works a little bit better. I'm thinking it is. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. I don't see no wiggle. That's better. Much better. Alright. Alright, so that's not bad. An hour away and we're finally launching a rocket. We're going to put some satellites into orbit around MinMus. We're going to try to do some synchronous orbit stuff. This is how I do it. There's more realistic ways of doing it. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, it could be good. Alright. So we got a little bit, about a minute until we stage. Alright, cool. One thing I noticed is I do not have an antenna. Evidently, the antennas are working, even though they're around a shroud. So we're getting some drag from... Oh, the decouplers? Really? Huh. Oh, no, that one. Alright. Alright, stage in about 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Well, actually, it looks like we're gonna go... we're gonna reach our apoapsy before, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. It did not. Cool. Alright. Oh, that's scary. Alright. Holy shnikey, I just haven't been to the bathroom yet, but thank you very much. What's going on? Mongoose NX77 says, always enjoy watching your stream. Here's $10 for... Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it helps. It does. Believe it or not, whenever I get sick, I always forget about hot tea and honey for the throat. I always have to have someone tell me and remind me. Although someone recommended doing lemon and ginger. And it works, but I like sweet teas. But Mongoose, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. All right, what are we waiting for here? Oh, that. Why wasn't that checked? Huh. So we need 13, 15. So we only have 210, but we have another 2,000. Lemon and ginger is good. Not as I added honey. It's okay. Alright, let's see your stage. Let's see if this thing works. Cool, that worked. Alright. So, we'll get this in orbit. And so this stage alone has got 2,000 delta V. Alright. So it's going to have 1,500 left over. So evidently I was not looking at the numbers correctly. So we're going to have a lot of delta V left over when we get to MinMus. I also have some OJ. Minute Maid low pulp. Alright, cool. There's our orbit. Excuse me. That was gross. I apologize. Alright, let's get SAS on. Let's do an F5 here. There we go. And again, this is going to MinMus. Sorry. Let's target MinMus, and let's drop us a maneuver node. And let's get out to MinMus, shall we? Little troll by the mun. I have this mod here just because I am the absolute worst when it comes to maneuver nodes. I can never grab them and move them around. I always get stuff in the way. But this mod, the precise maneuver, not precise node, precise maneuver, is a big help. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to go to MinMus. Need to have this, I think, about over here. Or there's the mun. Need to go to the mun. Unless the mun is going to troll us. Now I know we're out of position, so it's... Alright, so there is an encounter with MinMus. Wow, it's actually not terrible either. So let's see if we can't kind of orbit do I want to do? This is going to be a prograde orbit, is that right? And I would like to do a retrograde orbit. So let's see if we can't. Whoa, wrong way. Do that, and maybe. Ugh. All right, fine. All right, we'll have to do a mid-course correction to kind of clean this up. So 919, that's what we need. We have that. So let's go ahead and move towards the maneuver node. How are we doing on... So we don't have any solar panels. This is weird, but we're using RTGs. Should all work. So we have a 34-second burn and our node's about 3 minutes away. And we're going to use... What we're going to do is we're going to use this stage to get us there, and we're going to get rid of it so we don't have all this dead weight. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of fuel we're going to waste. Alright, so let's do an F5. And so basically we want T-minus 15 seconds. Well, that was close. And... Excuse me again. Now again, this burn doesn't have to be exact. Alright. Well, it was fun. I'm gonna go head out and get some food. Alright, make sure you get food for everyone, Shamish. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Shamish. Alright, let's go ahead and stage. And now we are on our way. We're gonna fix that. Alright, let's do maneuver node right here. Let's go ahead and fix our encounter. Oh, we had one. Where'd it go? There it is. Oops, I went the wrong way, didn't I? There we go. Alright, so that's gonna reacquire our MinMus encounter. And we're gonna do another one after this. So let's go ahead and get that going. Hopefully we don't collide. That would be bad. Okay. Alright. Alright. So this is going to get us our encounter back with MinMus, because evidently we lost it. Then we're going to do another course correction, and I'm going to put us into, I think, a retrograde orbit versus a prograde. I mean, it doesn't matter. Not really. Okay, here comes our burn. Alright, and then what we'll do is we'll make another maneuver node here. And take a look at our current trajectory. And the planet, I believe, we do a little time warp. It's rotating this way, I believe. Alright. So I want to come in on this side of the planet. So that's why we are going to go this way with the maneuver node. And I want to bring us down. And our periapsis is what I'm going to do here is share with you guys the wiki for MinMus. And to do a synchronous orbit, we have to get into, well, synchronous orbit, which is 357 by .94. So let's just shoot for, well, let's shoot for 360. That's kilometers, and right now we're at, that's 100. We need to be 360. Oh, that's million. What am I doing? So the website is in kilograms, right? Where'd it go? Synchronous orbit is 357.94 kilometers, and this is in meters. So I need to drop a 0. Is that right? Or add a 0. That's meters, kilometers, meters. Math. No, I need to add a 0. Because this is meters. If I want kilometers, I add a 0. Alright, so I'm going the wrong way. What do I need again? 360? Alright. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll fix it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and execute that. $1,000 meters is 1 kilometer. That's what I thought. Well, we're going to use some tools to do to set up this. We're going to do it kind of half manual, half with tools, because unfortunately with the tools you can't get the rotational period exact. Can't even get really close. Another throat lozenge. All right, so this should get us where we want. We're going to do some fine tuning here. Again, plenty of delta V. All right. Very cool. So then what we're going to do is we're going to drop a maneuver node here. Let's get our circular orbit. And again, let's check our 60. We have a month out before we have to do anything historical. We have plenty of time to play with this. See a green planet here soon. Somewhere. There's Kerbin. I'm scared. Where's the little green planet at? Oh, there it is. Very angry looking. Okay. What's that? Oh. Oh, okay. Apollo 16. Why is Apollo 16 around MinMus? In the mod that I'm using for the historical, progressive historical, 2 of the Apollo missions actually came to MinMus, 14 and 16. So, it was fun. It was different. Alright, so that's our orbit. Now what I want to do is, using MechJeb, I'm going to actually make sure that we have an inclination of 0. You don't have to. I'm just being a little OCD-ish here. Now, again, when you do these synchronous orbits, the altitude of each separate satellite does not have to be, they don't have to be exactly the same. The real important thing is the rotational period between each satellite. That's what's real important. Alright, so now is what I want to do. And what is our orbit? We're 342, so we need to increase this. So is what I'm going to do again, I'm going to tell MechJeb to change my apoapsy out to, again, it doesn't have to be exact, but I'm going to say 360. And then we'll circularize at that. And that's close enough. You don't have to be exact. Because actually, to be honest with you, if I say make this, I don't think I can actually get that. So if I say 357.94, it's going to come down to be close to 360 regardless. So there's very manual ways of doing this that work. If your orbital mechanics skills and your math are top notch, which mine are not, then you can do this manually and get, you know, satisfaction of knowing what you did. But if you don't mind, you know, letting the computers do some of the math for you and some of the orbital mechanics, then cool. And that's what I'm going to do. So again, so what we're going to set our apoapsy at the synchronous altitude, and then we're going to circularize on that, and then we're going to start deploying the satellites. All right. Yeah, close enough, I guess. All right. Let's do an F5. And then let's go ahead and say we want to circularize. So step 1, which is fairly important, you don't have to be exact, is to get your satellites at the synchronous orbit altitude. And for MinMus, again, I got it from the wiki, and that's right here. So there's 2 things we need. You need the synchronous orbit, and then you need to know this rotational period, the sidereal rotation period. 1 day, 5 hours, 13 minutes, 20 seconds. Alright, so once this burn is over, then we're going to start doing our satellite deployments. Let's do an F5. Get SAS turned on. So, is what we're going to do here is we are going to get rid of this nose cone. I should have a... there it is. Alright, so we're going to deploy our first satellite right here. We'll do another F5. I always use MechJeb, but I also fine-tune the way I want it. That way, yep. I mean, you know, I never knew how to do this, and somebody showed me how to do it with MechJeb, and I've watched people do it manually. It just takes more time to do it manually, and you gotta, you know, understand what you're doing. Alright, so this is our first satellite. That's debris floating out. So what we're going to do here is before... well, we don't have to do it, but we're going to decouple this. Then let's switch to the satellite. That should be... there we go. Alright, so this should be the satellite. We want to activate the engine. I also want to get all these antennas extended. Just, I don't know why. So they work. And somebody actually wrote this process for me, and it works. That's why I like it. Alright, so now what we want to do is, for this one, it is deployed. And all we have to do is we have to go to Kerbal Engineer, turn on the orbital information, and the orbital period. Is there a need for antennas since you have relays? Just in case I want to transmit anything, you know, who knows? But no. If I had science on these, then I could transmit. But I just thought it made it look a little different. That's all. All right. So now what we're gonna do is engage RCS. Oops. And we're gonna point prograde. And then our sidereal rotation period needs to be 1 day, 5 hours, 13 minutes. So you can't see it, but I have RCS dialed way down. So we want to get this 11 minutes. That needs to be 13 minutes. So we need to go this way. One hour, 1 day, 5 hours, 13 minutes, and 20 seconds. Is this important? Yeah, if you get as close as possible, then the drift... okay, that's close enough. So we'll do an F5. So this satellite is now deployed. Now I could do something kind of cool like this, I guess. I don't know. Now, what I'm also going to do is we're going to... try to move this out of the way. What I'm doing is not having a big impact on the orbital period. What I'm trying to do is get it out of the way of the satellite. And again, my RCS thrusters, I have these dialed back to just 1 on the thrust limiting. That's why you don't see them being moved that much. Alright, so now what we're going to do is let's face prograde again. Let's dial this in. So it needs to be 20. That's close enough. All right. Then is what we do is we go over to MechJeb. I'm sorry, we go to our bus and we tell MechJeb, okay, we don't need Kerbal Engineer anymore. We want to tell it to do a resonant orbit, 2 out of 3, and do that. So what it's going to do is it's going to create a drop-off point for us. So we're going to drop off our satellites up here at the periapsis, and then they're going to circularize themselves, and by having this kind of a different of timing on the orbits, it's going to put them close to the rotational periods, and we do the fine tuning. All right. Now, before we do anything, I want to go back to the satellite we deployed, which should be that one. I want to rename it. I might get debris. I did not. All right. So, what we're going to do in here is we're going to rename this. It makes a little bit more sense. We'll call it the MinMus 4X, Satellite A. Alright, cool. Alright, then we'll go back to the bus. Actually, so if we go back to the satellite we were just at, the one thing that's important that shouldn't have changed is the rotational period. It should still be at the 1 day, 5 hours. 1 day, 5 hours, 13 minutes. So that's going to be there. Now, it's not exactly the 20 seconds, but in Kerbin, I'm not going to really stress that. Now we're going to switch back to this. And then is what we do is we warp to the periapsis just a little bit before. And see, is what we're going to do. Now, we are going on a different trajectory than our first satellite. And this is going to maintain that rotational period. But what about the satellite we're going to drop off? I'm glad you asked. Alright, so we're going to get here. And we're going to decouple. And we're going to activate this engine. We're going to get the little antennas out. Not that we have to, it just they're kind of cool-ish. I can get to them. We have plenty of time. Good. Yep, we have 4 minutes. Plenty of time. So if I can get close enough to... Yeah, I should have action grouped them. I know. Never do anything the easy way. Oops. Alright. Okay, so now is what we do is we want to check our current apoapsy, which is 357, and so make sure the satellite has an AP over the synchronous, which it barely does. And we want to circularize at a certain altitude. So again, we're going to use MechJeb here. We're going to say circularize, and we're going to say at an altitude of 357.94. Oh, really? Did I misread our AP? 357. Oh, alright. So let's point prograde. And we want to just push this. Maybe. Alright, now we can do that. So again, what we're going to do is this satellite, with its own engine, is going to hopefully not smack into that. But it's going to circularize, but its rotational period will not be what it needs to be, and that's what we're going to find too. I hate yellow letter. Yeah, I know. Especially dimmed yellow letters and old eyeballs. Alright, so we're going to SAS, do an F5. And here's our rotational period again. 1 day, 5 hours, 13 minutes, 24 seconds. So, is it important? Yes. How important? Sorta. So again, using RCS, we get that as close to 20 as possible. Alright. And then we're going to come in here and rename this one. Call it B. Alright. And now all we do is we switch to this. That's our bus. And we do the same thing. We're going to warp up to the PE here. So again, our first satellite is in the synchronous orbit. The second satellite that we just did, we adjusted it, and it's in the same synchronous orbit. You can see the spacing is off a little bit, which is perfect. Alright, and then we decouple this. Activate the engine. Again, not super important, but I want to get these little antennas out, just in case. Who knows? You never know. Do we have time for this? Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Punkers of the universe. That's me. Alright, so again, what we want to do is check our AP. It's over, so we want to circularize at a certain altitude. We want to put that 357.94, right? Yep. And then our little bus there will become debris. And as you can see, they're kind of lined up in a triangle already. That was kind of ugly, but it's there-ish. How you doing, Online Spirit? Alright, let's get SAS. We'll do an F5. So this should be... That's A. There's B. Let's go and rename this one C, and we're going to adjust the period. Your Kerbin, yours is off-centered. You know what? Sometimes you don't have to have it, you know. As long as if you got a lot of satellites floating out there, you can bounce a signal. So again, we just want to adjust this to, this 24 needs to be a 20. Close enough. Alright, so there it is. Now, did that actually do anything? I don't know. Here's my concern. Let's go out to Duna. Where's Duna? So Duna is actually... Looks like Kerbin is closer to Duna than MinMus. So here's my concern. Is I did get... Where is it? There it is. So Mariner 9 got out there and it had a 1% antenna connection. Let's see what it's at right now. Now, of course, the closer Duna is to Kerbin, the better the signal will be, excuse me, the further away. So we got a connection, and it is 2%. Look what it's bouncing off of. It's bouncing off the MinMus satellite we just put out there. Yay! That's decided to go after work to our stream. I learned a lot from your streams, and I look at scientific guide. Oh, cool. Sweet. All right. So anyways, this got out here. It did what it was supposed to do. And you can see that we barely have a connection. And if we compare this, it looks like with a 2%, we're actually, well, we're pretty much at the extreme. So that's good. That is really good. Now, as a bonus, you'll notice that this actually has a very small dish on it too. So satellites after this hopefully will have better dishes on them and we'll be able to maintain a connection. And one of the challenges is once we start setting up, once we start saying we're going to colonize, we have to establish a communication network around Duna, because a lot of this crafts before the Kerbals even get there, we're going to send a lot of unmanned stuff. So challenge accepted. Cool. All right, so that was done. Yay, hooray, I'm very happy. All right. Cool, that works. Makes me really happy. Because what I was gonna hate to see was I do all that work and that probe is still communicating with KSC, and it has a 1%. So that means, you know, putting something around MinMus was kind of futile. But it wasn't. It worked. We got 1% more at extreme range. Is it guaranteed? No. This is all line of sight. Alright, so what do we got going on here time-wise? We have still 32 days before we do anything with Pioneer 11. So let's go check some other stuff. So let's head out to the tracking station. So that's how I do a COMMSAT. I use MechJeb. I do some manual stuff. But we were productive, yay. And so now we should have A, B, and C. Yay. So let's see. How are we doing on... So our Mon exotic metals drill looks like they need a resupply in a little over a month. Now what I've been doing is I've actually designed. So let's just go to the exotic drill here. Let's go ahead and shut this down. Oh, the exotic drill. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Nope. Exotic. There it is. So the way that I've colonized the Mun, I have where all the different resources are is I have a different drill setup, because they mine different resources. But the concept was I send a rover first. How you doing, Pappy? Good evening to you. I would send a rover, unmanned, and it could start drilling before we get any people there. Whoa. Oh, because RCS is on for some reason. Weird. So the rover would show up first. The drills would be configured. We'd have some local storage. But because we didn't have any logistics, what I mean by that, there's the logistics center didn't arrive. We couldn't actually push the resources into planetary warehouse. So the next drop would be using a sky crane. I would send a Kerbal out that would be in the logistics, and it has to be a pilot. So that's one Kerbal. So 1 drop, 2 drops. So bottom line is there's about 5 drops here. There's 1 for the rover, 1 for logistics, 1 for the PDU, which is the reactor. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then habitation, 4. And then supplies, 5. So 5 separate rocket drops. Now I can't do that for Duna. That's going to get too expensive. So what I did was this, is I modified, let me turn off something here. Put that back away. And then we can turn that off, wherever it is. No, not that one. So then if we go out to the gypsum, this was my second version of what you saw. So that was the first version, 5 drops. This is 1 drop. And it does everything that does. It has the habitation. It does the drilling. It has 1 Kerbal versus 2. So as what it is the rover's bigger. It has the logistics as part of the rover. And it has all it has. So if we check in on this Kerbal, you can see he's got a much longer supply. And his habitation is basically he never wants to leave because he's very content. Now the supply thing I think is slightly skewed because it's saying based upon the supplies I have here, this is how long this Kerbal has. But is what we have here is we have a supply tie-in to the network. So as long as there's supplies on the planet being made, he's going to always get resupplied. But initially, if we do this on Duna, we won't have a logistics setup for supplies. That'll come later. So I sent enough supplies for him, for this Kerbal, him or her, to have a little over a year of supplies. But I still want to make this smaller. And the reason why we have this huge warehouse container here is to get this habitation to deploy, you need to have access to 8,000 material kits. And so that's why we have this container for material kits. There was no other container configuration that I could come up with that would give us 8,000 on the fly. So I had to ship 8,000 material kits. Now the only other way around this is we ship, like, say that we have a drill per resource. So we'll say there's, I don't know, how many resources are there? How do I find that out? There is a way. Hang on. Gotta be an easy way to figure this out. Excuse me. How do I get to the moon? Alright, so tab, sun. Alright. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll say 11. I just installed Kerbal last night. I have not played it in 2 years. Lots of changes. I need to learn something. I need to learn everything. Don't learn everything, just learn the basics. So if we think about a drill site per, and we'll say 10, and we need 8,000 material kits for the habitation from MKS, by the way, that's a mod. Then we take 8,000 times 10, so that's 8,000, what's 80,000? So 80,000 material kits we have to have available, and then we can round that up just in case. So, is what we could do is get rid of this tank. The drills can still be part of this, and we just have a separate lander that would do local warehouse that the Kerbal can have access to. Anyways, let's go ahead and I want to do another replacement. So if we look at the next person is 87 days. So no. When was it? That was exotic metals? Or did that get changed? Where's the exotic? See, now it's at 155. See, it changes dynamically whenever you get to the site. So I think I still want to replace them. So let's go look at the exotic metals again. is what we're going to do is we're going to send out a replacement rig that's going to be able to do everything that's going on here, but only one Kerbal. And then that means the Kerbal we have here, the engineer, we don't need. So we can send that Kerbal up to the space station and get him back to Kerbin. So let's do that. Let's fly out a replacement for this. This is, again, is for the exotic metals. And we can get rid of most of this, and we can just send a rocket to pick up this engineer and take him to the transfer station. Let's do that. Let's go back to the space station, or back to the space center. We can take the gypsum one and just modify it and launch it. So even though I have these drills already established and I'm replacing them with newer ones, is what I'm trying to do is refine and miniaturize everything I have. Do the habitat mods have heavy impact on PC performance? A little bit, yes, because they have things going on a little bit in the background. The big hit is part mods. The more parts you have, the more it takes memory. I think the visuals also. So if you have stock visual enhancements, you have scatterer. If you change the textures of the planets, there's another mod called Canop. Can't remember it. It does. It actually changes the physical parameters of the planets, and that has an impact. So, yes and no. It's 64-bit now, so. But anyways, let's go find the gypsum, and let's get that modified to exotic. And the exotic metals one is at a huge inclination, I believe. Alright, so let's go find gypsum. Mun-based gypsum, I think. I can't remember. Let me look it up. Saves. No, not there. Maybe it's not called gypsum. Hang on a sec here. I don't want to reinvent this thing. And for some reason, let me see. Basement, that's 211. I don't know if that's it. Let's see. You'd assume that if I've got, is that the old one? I think that's the old one. No, that's the old one. That's really old. Alright, weird. Tab replacement craft. No. Wow, really? So Did I not save it? So I should have a... Oh, did I call it something else? You'd think it would be important that I remembered what I called these things, but Duna resource scanner. No, alright, so over here I have something called the Dun rover. Hang on a sec. If I launched a rocket, you would think... Huh. Oh, that is not the finished product. Alright, let's go over to the SPH. I don't want to reinvent this thing. I mean, I have it working. Darn it. Hang on. I seem to have mislocated. So, MUN HAB replacement. I don't think that's it. Alright, let's see here. So it won't be transfer station, not the space tug, not that. MUN HAB replacement. I think that's the... That's the new habitation I put up. MUN HAB replacement. Oh no, this is it. Alright, so is that material kits? Alright, so I was in a 20-minute mission and when the time to dock came, I realized I had the docking port the wrong side. Oh, bummer. Alright, so for some reason this is the HAB replacement, and it's not really a HAB replacement. So this should have reactor with all the supplies, the cooling. Okay. So, oops. Did I just not know what I was looking for over in the VAB? Probably. So, replace... MUN HAB replacement. Okay. Let's go back to the VAB. Again. Docking is hard to do, by the way. If you're docking and doing rendezvous, bravo. Alright, let's go back into the VAB and look for something called MUN HAB replacement. Because I'm not going to change the craft. I still want to see if this works pretty good. And if it does, after a couple replacements, then I want to see if I can't miniaturize, see if I can't start making it smaller in some way. Maybe I don't need a rover. Although I'm going to lose a lot of attachment points. So I'm looking for MUN HAB. That's Min. MUN HAB. A lot of base. MUN HAB replacement. There it is. So it was here all along. It just was called the wrong thing. So this is it. So we're gonna. This is for exotic metals. So we need to change the drills. Now that has 8,000, right? Okay, good. We're gonna call this MUN exotic replacement. Mech jab for docking, but the last touch manually since. Yep. I mean, mech jab will do a fine job if you have a fairly stable craft. It'll work fine. Alright, so again, we're going to switch these over to... Oh, we got to extend them first. Then we want to make them exotic. I said exotic, right? Yeah. Water, hydrates, exotic. Alright. Now, you can do this on the fly, but then you need to have specialty parts and material kits for your engineer. Since initially we're gonna not drop engineers with these things, it's not an option. All right, exotics. All right, so then if we retract, all right, cool. Go over here and deploy again, and then we do the same thing on this side. Oh, crud. Was I doing it right? I was doing it wrong. Darn it. Oops. There we go. Alright, then we retract. Exotics. Exotics. Exotics, and then this has got to be exotics. Now again, your pilot Kerbal can repaint these, but might as well do it now. Okay. Alright, looks good. And then that should be supplies. Good. So everything else should be fine. So we don't need a Kerbal. We don't need any Kerbals. And save this. It's got the 8,000 material kits. This has got the reactor. It's got everything we need. When we get there, we land close, we pull it next to it, we drop, we pull the pilot out of the existing one, put it here, and we'll have to come back with a rocket to pick up the engineer and take him to the transfer station that's in orbit around the Mun. Alright, so... Right. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Let's put this on the launch pad. And I need a couple of minutes. I'm gonna go to the transport room. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's get the game on. Alright, one big rocket to launch. Get this thing out of here. Waiting. There we go. Alright. So this is a proven rocket that should get us to the moon just fine. I think when we get there, the challenge is this drill site, where the highest concentration of exotic metals was fairly close to the North Pole. Yes, I have a soda. Ah, good stuff. And I'm gonna follow that up with an OJ. Make sure I don't spill anything. Right, a lot of heavy lifting here. A lot of heavy equipment. But going forward... Well, you know, my soda, my Diet Mountain Dew, actually, if you look at the ingredients, it has OJ in it too, so... Really? I don't think I've ever had a Fanta. Well, maybe I have. Alright, when we get to 40-ish, we're going to get rid of this heavy fairing here. There it goes. Oh, I did not realize I left the gear down. Oh well. And when I think about it, I forgot to actually put landing stabilizers, so maybe I do need to gear out. Alright. Alright, we need 1338, so we're going to get rid of these boosters here because we only got 122. Do we have enough to get circularized? Excellent. It's an acquired taste. I understand. Yeah. I put those separatrons on backwards on purpose, just to do that. You know what's weird with this head cold I've had? When I blow my nose, I've been my ears drums have been popping, and when you do the sound in KSP and it goes from one side to the other, then oh Christ, my ears aren't equalized, but it's the game. Yep, the game is playing games with me, making it appear that I'm sick when I'm not, or sicker, more sick. I don't know. All right. So again, these 8,000 material kits is needed to deploy this. You also need machinery. You like that stage separation? Yeah, it was pretty cool. Alright. And we should have orbit here soon. There we go. That little flip-flop right there is your apoapsy and your periapsy kind of switching sides. Not real circular here, but close. That's fine. Alright, let's do an F5. Let's get SAS turned on. And again, this is going to the MUN. Is this very noisy looking planet over here? No, no. Sign up, please. Yo. Alright. Now, we only got 341. I say only. I'm going to actually use the rest of this stage. Normally, I'd kick it off because it's just basically dead weight. But again, I'm pretty sure when we get to the moon, we're going to find out that this site is at an extremely inclined position. So it's going to cost more fuel to change our orbit and to get lined up for this landing. I think is what I should do is if I'm using this as a model. I was watching someone land a rover like this, almost the same size, but their lander was they actually had VTOL. They had the VTOL engines that come with it. I don't want to use those because then they're a permanent fixture, and that's why I have these external tanks with a whole bunch of thuds. I just had an idea. Nope. I don't know if a pilot... Does anyone know that within MKS, can a pilot Kerbal do the disassembling, or does it have to be an engineer? There's Viking 1. Oh, cool. There's Eve, Duna, Moho, Explorer 1. A lot of historical stuff floating around here. I'm probably going to collide with it. What did I do? Oh. I did not do what I wanted to do. That was stupid. Right. There we go. Evidently I circularized with something. That's fine. I circularized my orbit is what I did. I burned through 90 delta V circularizing when I didn't have to. Is what I'm thinking is with MKS, when you disassemble something, it converts that into material kits. See, I would still have to have local storage of 8,000 capacity. But if I flew out an empty container as a separate drop, it would be light. It wouldn't be full. And again, we're talking Duna, and weight is, you know, it's going to be much more substantial than the Mun. So if I was to land this rover like this, disassemble the parts that are part of the lander, that would give me a certain amount of material kits. I can test that. I can test that out. So when we land this, we'll have the pilot see if we can. If the pilot can disassemble, we'll see how much the stuff disassembles to. And if anything, if we come up, say like we need 1,000, we can just send a storage container with 1,000, disassemble this stuff, and then use them to deploy the habitation. Always thinking. Always wrong though. I'm always wrong. So yes, I'm still sick, sorry. Alright, let's try this again. But I'm pretty sure after we do this, is what I'm going to do is accelerate our timetable a little bit here so we can get these initial burns out of the way. And once they're on their way, then we can actually see what other contracts we can pick up historically. Oh, oh, my bad. Gotta do this. There we go. Completely forgot about that. What I would really like to do is to get rid of this cargo section. This has the reactor in it that's overkill for this, but I can't find an in-between solution. The reactor smaller than this doesn't put out enough, and the next one up is this one. Wonder if I could take like 3 or 4 of the smaller ones. Maybe. Alright, so we're going to have, what, about 1100 delta V minus 300, so we'll have, what, 800? 800 delta V? Alright, let's do our mid-course correction here. And I'm going to see if I can't quickly spot... That's the exotic. Alright, so and that's where we're going to. Alright, so is there any way... So if we do... Oop, wrong way. We do that. Do this. Bring this back. Go up. This. See, it's not going to be guaranteed that that's going to be in the same spot. I'm just not that good with orbital mechanics skills to... Oh, it's going to rotate this way. So maybe I'll aim for the other side. That's what I'll do. Can I, if I do a node here, can I... That's what I could do. I'll do a node here and line up a little bit better. Alright, so this is going to save us a lot of fuel right here. By doing a mid-course maneuver or correction, instead of coming in a retro or prograde orbit or equatorial, we're going to change it to a polar orbit. Is my MUN considered colonized? It's yes. Not that I'm producing Kerbals. It's a self. I have I think a pretty self-sufficient infrastructure, meaning that I have drills mining resources. Those resources are shipped via the warehouse to another location where they're refined into other materials. Those materials are used for other materials. The one thing I don't have 100% locked in is my supply generation. I don't know if I'm generating enough supplies because they take forever. It's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to see the indicator going up. I actually have to just sit down and say, how many supplies do I have? And then come back in 30 days and see if that number went up or down. If it's going up, great. If it's going down, not good. Okay, so here's the question. Do I do... So this is where we're going. That's our target. Can I set that to the target? I can't. Oh. Did that set it as a target? Okay. Did it? I can tell. Alright, that's my target. So if I change, if we warp to here, weird. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? What happened? Okay. Alright. Was it not done burning or something? That was my bad, I wasn't paying attention. So I had set this for a target, and I think MechJeb thought I wanted to go there. Alright, let's, it's gonna cost 35. Fat Cut, thank you for that follow, appreciate it. So to answer your question, is MUN colonized? I think it is. Is what I'm trying to do is improve each one of the drill sites so they're more miniature, they're more smaller, because once I get them as small and that they're still going to do what they're going to do, then we're going to take that concept and go to Duna with it. And we're actually going to launch them all from the MUN. So unfortunately, these launches, since I already did one, it worked. I want to do another one, make sure it wasn't a fluke. Just waiting for these burns to finish up. All right. Crowded orbits. It's all historical stuff. See, well, that's not. That's Luna 2, Luna 1. That's a resource scanner. I do have a communication network. We also have a station I put. But yeah, there's Apollo 12. All right. But yes, historically we have a lot of stuff on the planet. There's Apollo 11. There's Luna 9. All right, so let's see here. If we warp to here, can I just... Okay, I can warp to there. And I'm going to try something that I think is going to be ludicrously dangerous. This is where we need to drop. So instead of setting up an orbit, why don't I just land right there right now? I can do that, right? So we have 1,000 delta V left in here, and then we have the lander, or the what I call my lander. All right, so if I'm going to do that, let's do it. Set up a maneuver node. And if I downloaded only these two, USI colonization, MKS, UPS, and life support, can I? Yep, that's about the only mods I'm using. Part mods for colonization, dark side landing. I have a reactor. Thanks for pointing that out. I do appreciate it. I got itch. Yeah, the MKS is the colonization mod. It has the, you know, everything you need for logistics, for, you know, taking raw into this and that and stuff like that. It took me a few streams to understand it. All right, let's see here. Whoa. Okay, I didn't like that. What if I make a maneuver node further back? Now, I know it's going to move, but we're just going to... Okay, so that's going to cost 234. Alright, let's do an F5. Go and execute that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a big risk here. We're going to try to land without doing an orbit. Because we're going to fly over it. Why don't I just land? Where's the planet? Oh, it's right there. Oh man, this is scary. It is so dark. Who said it was a dark side landing? Thank you. Scared. Life support, I never thought I would actually use, but it adds that extra level of realism, so you don't have to roleplay. And you can set it up to where your Kerbals won't die, they just become tourists, so. Alright, so that's not directly over our side, but that's okay. We can change that, because that will be moving... Oh, Apollo 15. Alright. So we still have 786 in this stage. Not to mention the actual lander, which I hope has a lot. I can't remember. So now if we want to get this to line up more, we want to do something like that. That's another 100. Oh dear Lord. Do I have it set as a target? Oh, okay, well, we're gonna wait. Sounds kind of dumb. Oh no, I'm out of breathable oxygen, and now I'm a tourist. Well. Sure. I said a level of realism. Now let's wait for this burn to get over, and then we'll target that. Thought I had it targeted. But you can set it to where they'll go KIA. It's up to you how you want to set your life support realism. Alright, so... it's an option you can have them... yeah, I know, it's an option, yeah. Alright, so SAS. What was I gonna do? Oh, target this. Why is that not targeted? Oh, it is? What? Okay, stop. There should be an actual drill site in there. Oh, close enough. Alright, so how are we doing here? Yeah, I know. It's fine, Ninja. It's good. I mean, that was always the reason why I didn't want to do life support. I'm so terrible at this game anyways. Well, I don't want to add another level of difficulty when, well, the game's difficult enough. I just thought from a role-playing perspective, having life support would be, you know, kind of Martian-y like, you know? Not that I'm going to grow potatoes. Let's do... let's do that. 212, alright. But, you know, anyone that adds life support and takes on the role of, oh, okay, I gotta make sure I have enough food. Come on, it's a challenge. Oh, this is so scary. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. It doesn't even look like I'm lined up right. Yeah, Rover Dude does a really good job. I mean, he uses them too, so you know they work. Alright, so we are 140,000 up. So of course this is going to keep drifting that way, so let's do another maneuver node here. And let's do... we'll do a radial out, because that's kind of going in the same direction. And then we'll put on the brakes some more. And I think a little bit more radial out, I think. That's going to cost 177. I'm nervous. Very nervous. Very nervous. Alright, let's do that. Alright, it's going to cost 233 of the 470 we have. MechJeb landing info? Never mind. Oh, yeah. It's there. Well, the thing about it is that when I get to a certain height, this stage and everything I have... oh, got a little oh, there's my site. Cool. I was wondering where that information was. So 233. We have 470. And what's weird is this is actually moving away from us in a weird circular pattern. So we're 70,000 up. I think. Let's see what we can do here one more time. Slow down. And... trying to overshoot the target a little bit since it's going away from us. Alright, 155, alright, and then we're going to switch to lander. Suicide burn, no. MechJeb doesn't do... I've done a few suicide burns, but I guessed that they weren't very successful. I mean, I landed, things broke. But I need to land this gently. We have a lot of delicate equipment here. Alright, so again, this is going to put... We still have a great altitude. But we're about out of fuel. This is what we're going to do. SAS, point retrograde. We're going to control from here. Our staging is set up, so let's get rid of all of that. Stage the engines. Reacquire our target. And let's see about doing a little... Yep, I saw their historical 39A launch. Pretty cool. I mean, really cool. Alright, there goes our debris. All their burn backs are suicide burns. Alright, so my attempt here is not to have to drive a great deal of distance. So we're going to try one more maneuver node. Right about there. Alright, let's do that. It's going to cost 92 of the 1400 we have in the lander. So this might not have been such a crazy idea, after all. Alright, so here we go. Now the idea is for... Alright. So I'm going to kill that, make sure we're pointed in the right direction. Okay. Oop. I'm taking a look at my horizontal speed here. I'm trying to null that out a little bit. A little bit. Alright. Yeah, or they're shooting at me. One of the two. I don't know. So if I can land this, we'll have to drive a little bit. Kerbal rebels. Rebel scum. So we're going to use the translation tools here from MechJeb to help me keep this thing flattish. Now if I do this, and then use RCS to push us over, that's going to eat through our fuel. Oh, it's also increasing our horizontal. So I don't want to have any horizontal. Alright. All-purpose landing is a suicide burn, sort of. Yeah, oh. I gotta keep my... Alright, rendering range. Alright, 1,200 feet. 1,200 meters, sorry. 900 meters. We got the fuel to do this. Alright, 200 meters. $90 meters. Well, I landed. So SpaceX leaves some engines offline so it can... Yeah, it does a boost back. So it pushes away and then does some, whatever those... They has those little wingtip things. So we can turn this off. So that worked out pretty good. So we still had a lot of fuel left over. Now I don't think I can drive. Let's see here. So we want to control from here. So let's say this hypothetically was Duna, and we wanted to get to the exotic minerals. Let's see how far we off here. Wow. I have no data here whatsoever, really? That sucks. Alright, so if can we drive with this? Oop. Nope. So, So, I should have some sort of a resource reading, but I don't. And, so let's say I landed here and the reading was high enough for whatever. Is what I could do is I could just pretty much set up shop. I could get the Kerbal out that would be in here and disassemble these parts to make material kits, but this is a replacement, so we're not going to do that. So let's go ahead and do an F5 and okay, I have electrical charge, but I can't seem to... And there's wheels moving. Does that stuff have me stuck? Huh. Alright, what if we do this? Alright. Slowly pushing our debris out of the way. Alright, we are on our way. Electrical charge is going down because we are using battery to drive. So we're going to drive for about 600 meters here. I guess is what one thing I could add is, so the electrical charge, actually I have a ton of electrical charge, so I'm not worried about it. That has some, that has some. Alright. And there is a reactor here. Road trip. Moon trip. And this is specifically why I wanted a rover, because if I miss my drop location, I could drive to it and set up shop. I'm really disappointed why this was not giving me any sort of a reading on stuff. Huh, weird. Do you destroy debris from tracking station or leave it until it reaches max? Within the settings of the game, I whatever the setting is for debris, I have it down to 0, so that will get cleaned up by the game, yes. Mainly because I've had so much bad experience with debris, well, not only just colliding with debris, but it slows down the game back in pre-64-bit days. But in a situational sort of thing, that if for some reason I was getting, if it told me I had enough percentage for the exotic metals, I would have set up shop back there, brought the Kerbal over, disassembled the lander portions, and to see how many material kits that would have given me. So once again, once this guy gets set up, some debris still has fuel in it, and the tanks scavenge from it. Yeah, scavenge. Excuse me. Well, sometimes it's debris that comes right off the ship because I don't wait long enough to stage and go, but good point. Alright. So again, is what we're going to do is we're going to transfer the Kerbals to here. We're going to do one Kerbal, and you're going to notice that they're going to have indefinite habitation, and that's the goal. Alright, so where do I want to set this up at? So we have a nice zero-ish slope right here. The only thing is this is a drill site, so something weird's going on with that information. I don't know why. But is what we're gonna do. I think is what we're gonna do is we're just gonna pull up over here. I'm trying for a zero slope. So we have a little bit of a slant here. Alright, so let's put on the brakes. Let's go ahead and deploy something. Now again, if I go to exotic, there should be something here, because that's drilling it over there. So deploy. 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 And then we go gear up. And toggle ground tethers. They're attached. Yay. So then is what we're going to do is switch over here. We're going to grab our pilot. Let the pilot go EVA. Where you at? There. Go. And, whoa. We go over here. And, oh dear. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's do an F5. I don't know if this thing's going to deploy and bump the other one, but we're going to find out here. Let's deploy that. Oh, Oh, that was close. All right, cool. Now, the pilot gets back into the logistics, or he would have already landed with a new board. Then what we do is we deploy, and we deploy. Now, did that take the material kits? It didn't. So I wonder where it's getting the material. Oh, I wonder if it's digging it from. Oh, okay. All right, fine. We will turn on our reactor. We will turn on a cooler. And we will start our habitation. We will then start our drill. And we'll start our other drill. And we're going to pretend none of this is here. This is Duna. And if we check, you can see that she has got 1 year of supplies, habitation indefinite. So that is the goal of what this rover does. So within a year, and I'm already going to have stuff in orbit around Duna, which will be extra supplies, material kits, machinery, and stuff like that. That way, if I have a situation, I can drop some emergency supplies. Now we go back over here. We get this engineer out, which isn't really needed. Oh, you know, I forgot to do one thing. Okay. So, what we're going to do is temporarily, we're going to put the engineer, and it's going to change the habitation situation over here, because now we're going to have 2 Kerbals versus 1 Kerbal. And we're going to put him right in the nose cone, maybe? Alright. And... Alright. Now this also has a converter that you can turn on. Cool. Now again, if we check, we're going to notice, see, that's going to change because we're going to come pick this we're going to pick this engineer up. So the one thing I forgot to do is deploy that. And this is the supplies that we're not going to deploy because it would cause a problem. But it's going to be tied into the infrastructure so that the Kerbal here will have indefinite habitation and, you know, supplies. So the one thing I need to check is these are heating up. And we should be doing exotic metals, right? Okay, that's going up. That's good. All right. And the reactor is got a very small load. Cooling is under 50%, and I have an additional cooler here too for some reason. I brought it just in case. So now, everything that's going on over here, we're going to we don't need it. All this has been replaced with that. So we're just going to mark this as debris. Since we already moved the engineer over, when we come back with the rescue, system redundancy is, yeah, I love over engineering for redundancy. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a rocket that's going to land here, pick up this engineer, and then take it to the space station that's in orbit. So cool. Let's do an F5. And let's go back to the Space Center. Hey Butcher, how you doing? Now, the Kerbal will have to come. Andy is all right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's my name. Ultimately, this Kerbal has to come back to Kerbin. The station doesn't have any supplies, so the rocket's going to go unmanned. It's going to have supplies. It's going to pick up the Kerbal, and then they're going to go to the station, and he's just going to sit there for until I get a different rocket to come out to get him. So this is going to dock, so, and land, take off. We could actually launch this rocket from the MUN. Oh, yes, we could. Andy is all right. Oh, I'm sorry. Andy is still sick. So let's do that. Let's design a rocket that will launch. Do you think I can play with your mod list? Absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's why I provide the mod list, so you guys can use it. Absolutely. All right. Launch from the MUN, land on the MUN, launch from the MUN, and then orbit. Challenging. I mean, if I was really good, if I was really good, I could do a direct launch to the site. Interesting. All right, so let's see what we can do. We just need to have. Okay, where that? Oh, that thing is so small. Now this is not going to come back to. This is not going to come back to Kerbin, but it's going to go to the station. So let's think about that. It needs a docking port. Okay. That's a problem. I don't have any small docking ports. Wait a minute. I have a question. So this weighs almost a ton, and this... Oh, that's smaller. Okay, wait. Start... Yeah. Where's that? Because then I think... Yeah, cool. All right, that works. Cool, docking port. So, delta V wise, what would I need? 1200? Is that too excessive? Because we're going to take off, orbit, land. Maybe that costs 600, and then another 600 to land. Okay, let's just go for 1200. Let's see what we can do here. Doesn't have to be a very classy craft. Okay, let's go. Well, let's see what this. That's not gonna work. That seems excessive. Oh, I have an idea. Wait, already here. If I do this, oh, this will be cool. Maybe. And then what if we do something like this? No, not like that. I'm still thinking. Now, we're gonna need 4, I think. The wrong key. This looks weird. It might work though. Okay, so engine-wise. So we set the. Now we're not getting the correct amount of delta V here. Wow. Because I think when these things are side attached, there's no fuel transfer. So to do the fuel transfer, let's see if we can't take and then. Oh, I guess it does. Oh wait, no, that didn't work. Alright, so that does work. Well, this is what I want to do, is to make it a little bit more low profile. Do something like this. And to make sure that the fuel is actually going. Oh, that looks terrible. That even looks worse. I don't see the delta V changing, so maybe I don't need this. Alright. So that's a lot of delta V. That's a ton of delta V. Maybe we should test it out before doing anything weird. Alright, so we need some landing struts. Maybe that's a problem that it can't calculate. Well, there is no stage. It's only one stage. If I take... If I reduce all these down to 0, or if I lock them... Yeah, it works. Alright, so just a single stage has almost 800 delta V. So, alright. It's a goofy little lander. Alright, let's see here. So, again, the reason why I'm doing this is we're going to go pick up an engineer, but he's almost at the North Pole, and this is going to be taking off from an equatorial location, and then when they land, and he takes off, we have to shift back to an equatorial to go to the transfer station. So... how often do I have to do this? I think I only have 2 sites that are not so equatorial. Alright, so if we're going to dock, we have to do... Alright, so power. Well, it's been a while... You know, a single Kerbal craft, it's been a while. But let's get a battery. That is not the batteries. This would be the bat. Still have clearance, but how ugly would this look if we did this? That looks fine. Sandman2175 with the follow. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Alright, so we have some... This holds electrical. We have a battery for electrical. You need to get your shuttle working again. You know, it's funny. Historical wise, I think I have the STS-1 mission coming up. But I'm taking my time with time. I'm taking my time with time because I have a lot of stuff coming up here. I want to get a good chunk of this stuff out of the way before I start anything new. Is this game easy to learn? I am a classic example of not knowing anything about rockets. I don't know what orbital mechanics was, anything. And through the community of Kerbal Space Program, watching streamers asking questions, buying the game and playing it, I learned. The tutorials that I had when I first got the game weren't really good. They gave you the basics, but it was really hard because the tutorials weren't really good either. The tutorials nowadays are actually much better, and they help you learn. Alright, so we have to do some... We have to put on some RCS here. We have to get this thing so it can dock. Those are all excellent examples of people that really know what they're talking about, too. Alright, so let's go ahead and set up some RCS blocks here. Can I have that, please? Thank you. Alright, so we're going to make kind of a 5-way block here. I should save this as a sub-assembly so I don't have to keep doing this. Alright. Then we're going to just slightly and push that, that in. And it looks like it's pretty centered too. And then we grab that one, yay! Alright, so now I'm thinking for controlling monoprop, alright, let's put this back. Let's find out where the center mass, oh, it's all the way down there. So this probably will not work that well. Let's see. Yikes. Nope. Oops, wrong key. There we go. You know what? I don't even have monopropellant fuel. Alright guys, give me 1 sec. I have to do that. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's get the game back. Something I also thought about is I don't have, this is going to go unmanned, so I don't have a probe core. So let's take care of that before I mess with this. Let's just put, I'm gonna put this guy. That'll work. Cool. Before I played whoa. I also used the USI construction ports, which have configurable magnetic shift. Oh, yeah. Before I played Kerbal, I was just your average 420 enthusiast. Alright. The one thing is, I don't know if they've updated it, but you can actually, for free, you can get the Kerbal demo. You can install it and try it out. Alright, so we got that. Excuse me. I don't have any monopropellant fuel. That's going to add some extra weight. Why is this? Oh, well, that's cool. I didn't know I had that. I don't know if what that's good for, but it's kind of cool. Alright, let's just do 2. And now let's figure out... So if we move this... the center mass is down there. Look like ears. Alright, so obviously the placement of these are not... Oops. Oops. There we go. Oh, crud. Well, dang it. Alright, so the yaw is terrible. Pitch. Roll. None of that stuff is good. So we got a high amount of torque. But I wonder if it's still manageable. What happens if we reduce... Nope. Oh. Ooh. That actually makes it a little bit more manageable. Go ahead, Flash. Post another picture. Thank you. Thanks again for asking. Appreciate that. Well, we're just going to have to see how this goes. I mean, it's not a very elegant design, but I'm wondering if I can do something with the landing gear. Let's get rid of... Not get rid of them, but let's move these over here. Ace Viper 78 with the follow. Thank you so much for that follow. I do appreciate it. Now, whoa, that's weird. Odie, how the heck are you, man? What am I looking for? Landing gear. And... Alright, let's see. Not a big fan of putting the landing gear where the hatch is. But let's see how this fares, if anything. Doesn't improve anything. If we move these up here, does it get any better? No. Okay, this is going to be a stupid question. What if I use 2 sets? No. Alright, well. Just guess it was not a stupid question. Let me get rid of the landing gear. I guess that's about the best I can do. That's... Nope. We're gonna go back to these. Alright, let's turn that off because it's driving me batty. Alright, let's see how this looks on the ground. Alright, so we've got landing clearance. We get a little bit more. We have a reaction wheel in the pod. We have a probe core. Oh, you know, I never thought about moving the RCS fuel. Would that help or hinder? No, okay. It helps a little bit. What about if we go... The reason why I'm letting them poke out is because if I want to transfer some, I want to be able to get to it fairly easily. Alright. So, what I have here, thank you, is a MUN transfer pod. So it's got 2400 delta V, which you're going, oh my god, that's a ton. Well, I don't know. We're going to find out. We have some battery storage, but we don't have any power generation. I suppose, you know, instead of worrying about it, why don't we just stick an RTG in the back. They'll give us a little bit of a trickle charge. Oh, we need supplies. Christ. Life support. Life support. Grab this little thing. One Kerbal. So if we do 4 of these, how much does that give us? 1 Kerbal, 37 days. 7 days. This has a habitation thing built in? Really? I didn't know that. But he's going to go to the station. That has habitation. Time to build an RSS and a beanie cap. Real solar system. Scary. I'm missing all the keys. Alright, 74 days. That's better. I saw you sent one. Hang on. I'll click on it. Oh, that's not it. There it is. Oh, yeah. Ooh, look at that. That's a nice shuttle mod, too. I've seen a couple guys use it. Mine is, I don't know how to make planes, so I actually downloaded a Kerbal X craft file that someone created, a 100% stock shuttle, and 105 it worked really good. 1.1.3 it worked really good. 1.2 I had problems with it. Alright, so I think we're good. Let's turn this off. We have an RTG back here for power. We have supplies. And we have a lot less Delta V now because of all the supplies. Maybe I don't need that many supplies. Let's reduce them by half. Until I get used to the craft. Alright, 2,000 Delta V. Alright, let's save this. And let's go build this and launch it on the MUN. So we're going to have to transfer monopropellant, fuel, supplies. Alright. So it's called the MUN transfer pod. Oh, you know what? Ground construction. All right, so let's load in. All right, so we're looking for a MUN do-it-yourself kit. Huh. I wonder if I could just build this at the... I'm going to try this. We're going to put this at the exotic site and build it there versus building it at the fabrication. So there's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I guess we'll do 14. It's the latest one in there? Okay. Oh, I bet this one actually has... yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, so let's take this off. Take this off. Update this to say... select vessel... So what I'm doing here is we're going to send a rocket to the MUN that has a construction kit. And I'm looking for the MUN Xfer pod. Somewhere in here. There it is. Cool. So this is number 15. Let's rebuild the fairing because everything got smaller. Now this is one lifter for all. I don't have separate lifters for all the different kits that I send. This is a serious matter. Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. Together we can stop this. Alright. So let's go ahead and save this. Make sure no Kerbal snuck aboard, not that they should. You know, I'm not going to risk it. I know in the logistics it has a construction window, and we do have an engineer there, so we can do it. However, but it would save us time, or it could waste us time. Who knows the MKS mod good enough can from a logistics module that has an engineer do a construction window, or is that just is that a mistake? I mean, a pilot can't work it because they're not an engineer. So I'm thinking, since I do have an engineer there, that's who we're going to go pick up. Let's try it. Let's do it. I'm thinking it should work. As long as there's an engineer. Ooh, I wonder what... And the engineer's level 1. Ooh, cool. Cool. It looks like a heavy Falcon. Well, I actually have a rocket that kind of resembles it. I have the orange tanks and whatnot. But it's just a lifter. But thanks, though. Alright, here comes our stage separation of our boosters. Shouldn't have any problems with this rocket. Yeah. Oops. Okay, my bad. My bad. Kind of a nighttime launch too. How are we doing on a time frame here? 31 days to Pioneer. Alright, so we're going to have some time sped up because we're going to make this, because we do have to get that engineer out of there. Otherwise it's going to throw the whole life support habitation thing. It's going to throw it off. Okay, I'm going to get a throat lozenge. Going to make some noise. Oops. Oops. Wrapper did not come cleanly off the throat lozenge. Alright, that's not gonna work. Alright, so let's get rid of the fairing. Activate the fuel cell. This rocket's good to go. Somebody said I launched something that looked very much like an Antares. I said, cool. Again, I could look it up and go, oh, you're right, it did. Alright, 776, we got that. This right here, these two pieces are from a mod called Ground Construction. I have this role-playing theory that I'm working with that if you watch The Martian, you know that in that story, they sent pretty much everything they needed ahead at a landing site, sent the crews over on the Hermes, then they descended in a vehicle, when they set up shop and they went to work. And then when it was time to go home, they would ascend back to the Hermes and go back home. Well, I'm not going to do the whole Hermes thing, but there's a TV series called Mars, where half of it took place in the future, 2023 or 32, and then the other half took place in 2017, where real people talked about going to Mars. And in the story part, that when they landed, they had some problems. They had a rover that was not going to make it, and then it broke down. But to fix everything, the facility that they were going to had a 3D printer, and that's what I use ground construction for. That's my 3D printer. Okay, we got 790. Since we're dropping this off in an incline, we're going to use as much as we can of this rocket to get to where we're going. And it works. The ground construction mod works. You got to have stuff, just like 3D printers. You got to have stuff. So my concept is to take what I've done on the Mun and do it on Duna. But to do it on Duna, I can't keep flying back and forth with stuff. I gotta do 95% of it there. So with the ground construction, as long as I have the Kerbals and the resources, I should be able to get a fairly good kickstart on getting some sort of an infrastructure in place, whether it's getting the material kits, in abundance. So with the material kits, I can make the stuff I need to bolster the infrastructure and start making supplies, or start making supplies so the Kerbals don't die, so they can, make material kits. So I don't know which route works better. Eve, Duna, Moho. Don't like either one of those planets because they're full far away. There's the Mun. That's where we're going. All right, so we need 848. We don't quite have that much, but we're gonna finish off. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. Will you limit the number of bases the further you go out, or you certain number of reach? If I want it to be self-sustaining, the only way the base numbers would be limited is, and I do have a couple on the Mun, that say like I find a good concentration of gypsum, and it's also got a good concentration of metallic ore. Well, instead of landing 2 rover drills, I could just land 1, and you can tell those drills to be one or the other. So I could do that. Haven't really thought that far ahead in the future yet. It's interesting how the resource of things work. I've had to double the amount of minerals I need to make chemicals because I kept running out of chemicals, or I kept running out of minerals. Now I'm running out of chemicals, so I think I might have to, in fact, increase or add another refinery so I can up my chemistry or the chemical output. That's a resource, by the way. All right, so let's do this thing here. And again, we might try to, yep, we're going to do that. Since that worked out, we're going to do that again. A lot of people are going, what are you going to do again? Because I wasn't here. We're going to actually change our orbit to a polar orbit and drop, instead of going to an orbit and then changing, we're going to just do I think it's called a hot drop. Because if I can't get the infrastructure running, then the Kerbals are going to perish. So it's one of the things you either set up shop to make the material kits so you can keep making things via the 3D printer, or you have enough supplies there so you can last with supplies and then get the 3D printing up and running. So I don't know which way is going to work out better. I have to wait until our scanner gets there so I can see what the resources look like. It's on the way, by the way. 208 days it'll get in orbit. A lot of stuff in space, yeah. For the most part, it's historical stuff. Well, okay, that's my communication satellite, but there's Luna 2. That's a resource scanner. Apollo 15, Apollo 11, Apollo 12. So you call it stuff, I call it history. All right, so let's do an F5. Turn on SAS, and let's go ahead and warp to here. All right. And then we'll do, once we're inside the Mun sphere of influence here, we'll do another maneuver node and try to get this all lined up. Not poor Mun. It's a great Mun. Oh, I don't want to do this. Wait, other way. We want to go that away. Then we also want to bring it. All right, let's do that. All right, how are we doing? Doing good? Yeah, I think we're going to be able to do this fine. Now, whether the Kerbals can actually turn this into something, that's another question. Plane changes are easier the further you are. Yes, they are. Anytime you do any sort of a phase, inclination, plane change, the more further away you are, the cheaper it is on fuel, but the less accurate. So there's always that, exchange. Now I'm not actually going to put this into orbit. I'm just going to do what I did last time. We're going to land, or attempt. Let's make another maneuver node here. And we have to do a slight... Oop, I said slight. Alright, let's do that. So we have 3,000 left in this, and our lander's got another 1,000. So I think we got this. It's not less accurate? Well, it's always been less accurate for me. Alright, so it looks like we're pretty lined up here. That's why I always pick a halfway point. That way you get the better of both worlds. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop a maneuver node here. Put on the, whoa. Put on the brakes, and what did that do? Let's do that. That looks good. Just keeping an eye on the electrical charge, make sure everything's going fine. It does have a fuel cell, and I did turn it on, didn't I? I did, okay. Looks like we're a little bit off here. Yeah, if you leave the RCS on, it could alter it. You know, it's just my experiences, or maybe my bad rocketry, but sometimes when I'm further away and I say this is where I want my Duna PE to be, and I get there, it's not exactly there. I'm off. So something threw it off slightly. All right, so we need to make another that, and then let's go with another that, and let's put on the brakes. But again, not a rocket guy. I just do the best I can with what I have. Alright, that looks pretty good. 142. We still have plenty of Delta V. Do I keep logs? No, I don't do like EJ does. I don't keep logs like that, no. That's not a bad thing, by the way. This is actually the first time. See, I've colonized the Mun twice before this, but I ran into limitation issues because of KSP. It just got too chunky, or the game would crash a lot. So I would shift the focus. But I'm having a lot of fun with the 1.2 because, well, things are much more stable. All right, let's get closer. Land-ish. Put on the brakes, and let's go a little radial out, or retro. And that looks like we're still lined up pretty good too. All right, that's going to cost $459. Oh, you're right, I do. It hasn't swapped because I guess we're not close enough, but... And last time it did swap. All right, that looks good. I'm actually just comparing the trajectories. Well, I also need to target the target. I don't see my target. Oh, there it is. It's right there. In the middle of a very large crater. See? So again, this lifter is designed for these do-it-yourself kits, and depending upon what's in the kit, it has more mass, and I just don't make different lifters. Okay, so we're looking pretty good actually. So what we can do is grab another maneuver node, and we can put on the brakes again. I keep doing a radial out, so we don't... It's going to be moving away from us. So all I'm doing is putting on the brakes, and that looks pretty good actually. The idea is epic. My only fear is performance impact, but seeing your stream is too tempting. Oh, well. I really don't have that many part mods. MKS is the only one that gives me MKS, which has construction, life support. MKS got a lot of parts. Kerbal Engineer, MechJeb, they only have a couple parts. Because my challenge is to try to do the historical part with, make it look almost as close as possible using stock. That way, you know, I have a better understanding of what I can and can't do. So let's target that. Alright, so we are 46,000. Let's do an F5. Poor Kerbin. Somebody said earlier. Alright, so let's drop down to about here. And let's go ahead and pull retro. And it looks like we might have to do just a little bit of... wait, I can't tell. There. It's going to cost 136. Part mods can suck up your memory, so if you don't have enough memory, it's going to impact performance. And yes, anything visual is going to have a huge impact. Alright, so I think is what we're going to do, since we're 25, we are going to... I think we're going to save, and we're going to detach and just use the lander from here, or the sky crane. Oh, please don't hit my base. That would be bad. Excuse me. I only use Kerbal Inventory and Kerbal Attachment. There's a Rocket Jockey. Those are the only two part mods he uses too. Shamish. I think no, Gaming with Saber. Sorry. All right, we still have some horizontal velocity. Basically, when this gets pretty much over the target, hang on, what am I doing? No, other way. There we go. So we're still 8,000 meters, descending fairly rapidly here. Those things better not bounce. Alright. So what I did is I did a burn that pretty much killed my horizontal speed. I shouldn't drift too much over the target. Or past the target, beyond the target. But what we should be able to do is turn on the RCS and maybe help pinpoint this a little bit more. Like that. Looks like we're going to drop right on it. Now again, this might be a complete waste of resources and time. I'm assuming that the engineer that's here will be able to construct this. If you can, oh no, this is bad. All right, well, he's going to be able to make it, but we won't be able to transfer any resources to it. Wait a minute. Hang on a sec. Wait. Can I don't know if I can. See, here's the problem. The problem is he can probably build it, but he doesn't have the means to do any sort of resources. So, so what I should, maybe I can get lucky. I don't know. Probably not. I'm going to have 200 delta V to land. And I still have to do an inclination change. Well, unless I can get lucky, we have an orbit of 19 by 17. So this is where I need to go, right here. If I don't know if I'd be able to get this to turn around to here, and then I could do a deorbit and maybe land. Maybe. So I didn't plan that very well. At all. I thought it would save a step, but obviously I was wrong. So the moon is rotating this way. And it looks like a lot of parking and orbit waiting. Well, it could be. See, I don't think 186 delta V is going to slow me down fast enough. I'm going to try though. But the only way I can do this is for this to get underneath my trajectory. That's going to take a few orbits. I mean, this thing only has a mass of 5 tons. How are we doing on time here? 29 days. Alright, so... I don't know a faster way of doing this. See, if I go out to here, I wonder if I can keep an eye on this stuff. I think it's a lost cause. Oops. So this is the Mun transfer station. This is where that Kerbal would come, and it has habitation. He would bring his own supplies, and he could wait here for a while until we got another ship to come out here and take him back to Kerbin. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to keep... Okay, this... Let's see. So I want where this green X to get closer to that trajectory. And the reason why this goes faster is I'm outside the rendering range of, or I'm outside the time warp limitations of the planet. Getting closer. And, whoa. Oh, I almost blew it. Okay, now I wonder if this is going to work. Wonder if it's going to work. There's a craft. Okay, there's the craft. So if we warp to here, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think I'm going to be able to decelerate. That's going to cost... I don't have it. Can't slow down enough. Well, see what happens. I need 429 to make the trajectory work. I've only got 184. Okay, there's some monopropellant. How much monopropellant is there? Some. The only thing about it is I would need the monopropellant. It needs... We don't have the thrust to weight ratio. And it's going to use up half of the monopropellant. This ain't going to work. Oh my god. Excuse me. No, not gonna work. But, you know, if I had a vehicle that could go out and pick it up, maybe. Huh. Okay, so... Oop. Wow, that's actually slowing it down, but it's going through it too fast. And I'm too far from the target. I'm all out of monopropellant. Well, we're gonna have to do another launch. So again, is what I forgot was, okay. Really? So, we lost the kit, but the... Okay. The sky crane, it looks like it might make it all the way there. Okay, maybe not. Whoa! Alright, well, let's do this. Let's make sure we don't have... I actually had one of these floating in space that I thought... Yeah, it made a crater. Manage tanks. Oh, that's from another mod. What do I want to do here? Let's turn this into debris. I had actually landed one of these there, and I sent it off and said, okay, you become deleted, and it didn't get deleted. It went up into orbit. So the sky crane is kind of Kerbal-y. Yeah, it is kind of Kerbal-y. How you doing, Ray? It can move much. Yes, it can. But my thought process was that we have to build what's in the kit. And anywhere there's an engineer and a workshop window, it can be built. I said, oh, cool. I'll just take it to where the Kerbal's going to be transferred from. I'll build it there. I could build it, but I don't have any resources there to transfer. I don't have fuel. Oh, that was destructive. So let's go do a relaunch here. Yeah, I know that. But I didn't mean to go there. And this time, we won't go where the Kerbal is. We'll build it, launch it, go to the Kerbal, get them. But the challenge will be, can I launch from equatorial the proper trajectory and just kind of bunny hop? You know, lob it. I don't know. So that was a complete and utter waste of time and disastrous. Except for the launch. That worked. So I should be able to, as this loads up, I should be able to go here and look for, as soon as this loads, the loading, I guess. There we go. MinMus Xfer pod. There it is. Wait. Where's the... Oh, no. Mun base, do it, number 14? 15. All right, there it is. Wow, taking a long time. Wow. All right, so same rocket. Everything should work. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was kind of abrupt and rude. But you know, the transport room calls, it calls. Go for another throat lozenge. Alright, let's get rid of the fairing. And get the fuel cell turned on now so I don't forget about it later. And what we're attempting to do the second time is deliver a kit for ground construction. I guess I could have actually flown the rocket out there. Ah, this is more fun. This is more role-playing-ish. I think that the mod author responsible for ground construction, both him and Rover Dude and some people have batted some ideas around, that ground construction will be able to produce the kits locally versus having to fly them out. That would be a huge asset. Big. Monster. Big. Okay, so once again, let's get circularized here. All right, let's get to the mun. A bit of a lag there. I'm doing F5 right here. Trying to see what kind of an antenna. It's a standard probe core antenna. It has a range of 5 kilometers, or 5K? 5 kilometers, I guess. Now when we land this, and we get it constructing, there's going to be a time frame, and then probably we'll be able to possibly get through at least the Pioneer 11 burn, make this, go pick up our Kerbal, get them to the transfer station. I still have to make a Kerbin transfer station. I want to do it so much differently than the one I did for the Mun. And we might be able to get the Mariner 10 burn on the way too. There's the Mun. Alright, about a 22-second burn. 23-second burn. Alright, stage coming up. That was fast. All right. So we got our little maneuver change, course correction. It's going to cost a little bit of fuel. Again, we have so much fuel in this. And you know, I bet you anything, if I wouldn't have kicked this off because I was landing, should have did an F5. Because with all the fuel I have in this stage, I could have made that landing. Live and learn. Live and learn. That was a costly mistake, too. Where's our target at? Way over there. Alright. So question, when we go here, that is... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Didn't want to do that. That's 4 hours. And where is it? Way over there. Huh. Alright. Oh, I blew past it. What I'm trying to do is do another hot landing without doing an orbit. Trying. Trying to speed up the process a little bit. So this is not a very good change, or a good, yeah. But again, we have the delta V. Just getting lined up for the landing. Ooh, cool shot. Seems like the music is a broken record. Alright, now it's pretty much a straight shot. I think. Yes. There it is. So again, we're going to use the muscle from the rhino to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. So we're excuse me. Means that we came at an early inclination. We're actually off on our trajectory. That's okay. We're just going to have to chase after it a little bit. So what we can do is another change. We'll get our inclination lined up. We're going to actually go past it a little bit. Because don't forget, it's going that way and we're going this way, so it's trying to throw a water balloon at a target. We want to lead it a little bit. Then after this, we should be able to separate from this stage with more than enough delta V to land. So we'll do an F5 here. That's our target. There we go. Whoops. Okay, that was bad. Moro, how you doing, Moro? Mobile chat sucks. Yeah, it does. That was scary. Thought someone was shooting at me. Yes, Ray, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I just wish the kits could be made locally, or you can make a bunch of them ahead of time with no, I guess, assignment, and then reassign them somehow. So we still have a good chunk of horizontal speed here. We're gonna try to kill most of that momentum here, which actually is picking up speed. Right. Can they not be assigned on the site? They might be able to. I know you can rename them, but I think it has something to do with mass, right? So if you say, this is what I want to build there, when you assign the vehicle name, the kit will either shrink or get bigger, and then there's some mass to the kit. So don't get me wrong, I think there was a lot of great thought put into this mod. I really like it. Oops. Oops. Alright. Rendering range. Oh, that was not... Oh, cool. Alright. Recovered. Thank you. Did you guys see that? It crashed. And then it didn't crash. I'm slightly confused. Alright. Let's do an F5 right here. We're 1,700 off the ground. Where do I want to park this thing? Yeah. Oh. I want to park it out there. Alright. Let's do a little RCS here and kind of pinpoint if I can figure this out. There we go. Right about there. I know I had a not so crash. I didn't know those existed. But I'm getting a lot of stutter here though. So, you know, it's 4 hours. The little tiny lander. I'm nodding my head because of the micro stutters I'm getting here. Whoa. Oh, okay. That was my bad. Wasn't keeping an eye on my landing. Alright, this should be fine. This should work. Well, I tell you, the stutter is not... It's nowhere near like what it was in 1.1.3. That was impossible. The first time I colonized the Mun, I was actually very proud of what I achieved using MKS. I basically did the same thing, except for this, I put it at the North Pole. That was cool. Alright, so let's do an F5. However, my doing anything with the Kerbals, I had like anywhere from a 3 to a 6 frames per second. I finally kind of gave up on it. Detach container. And we're just going to mark this as debris. All right, so now we go to the base and we should have 2 Kerbals hanging out here. Oh wait, I'm not at the base. Now I'm at the base. And then if we check our life support here, everyone has supplies for 1 year, 51 days, and they can hang out here for up to 5 years. Awesome. Well, I think I'm done with the manufacturing base. The only thing I need to do is I have to refine how chemicals aren't being made fast enough, and one other thing. I don't think supplies are coming in fast enough. So I should have 2. I do. I have 2 engineers here. So we're going to do a construction window. We're going to close that. We're going to deploy this. Okay, there's our little pod being deployed. Okay, then we're going to add it to the construction crew and let's start working on it. So this will be done in 29 days. You should leave one of those cranes in a lunar orbit or reusable crane. A lot of people have said that. You know, it's one of those things to where if I leave it in orbit, right, I land something, then I take it back up to orbit, I could put a docking port on it, I could take it to the transfer station, I could refuel it, but then again, bringing another kit out, that means I bring it without a crane, take it to the station, detach it from the rocket, take the crane off the station, attach it, land it. It's too many steps. First time I see this base, very nice. It also reminds me of a game called Planet Base. Yeah, this is most of these structures are from a mod called MKS. So we have 29 days and we have something else happening in 26 days. So we have, let's go ahead and do that. We'll do an F5 here. And we'll do this burn on 26 days. So we'll go ahead and accelerate our timetable here. So the Pioneer 11 is going to get its, this is the initial burn. And again, what we're making here is a little tiny transfer pod. Wai Fang, how you doing? So this will basically have 3 days left to be constructed after we do this burn. And I want to be here and I want to have this construction window open because it'll allow me to transfer resources and stuff like that. We have to make sure we transfer supplies too. So hopefully I got all the stuff I need. Otherwise, we have to bunny hop the rocket close and hook up cast pipes. Well, I think my cost to Kerbucks 420 Ninja is actually almost recyclable because I'm going to start taking resources from here and recovering them at Kerbin and getting that cha-ching Kerbucks back. But yes, I do get it. I do. It might be something I do on Duna. Again, it's all part of the learning. Again, we have 2 days, 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 46 seconds left on this construction. So let's go jump to this. Wei Fang, thank you so much for that follow. I do appreciate it very much. I want to jump to the ship. This is actually the initial burn for Pioneer 11. But yeah, should be. As long as the game. Now again, most of these historical things I'm making are in stock parts. I don't have any mods, so I'm going to close that. And again, this is going... Where's this one going? This is Pioneer 11. It's going to Joule. Alright, let's make sure our maneuver node is still good. I can't tell. I don't think it is. So it's what I'm going to do here. Let's close that. Let's close this. We're going to Joule. Let's delete this. Joule is still my target. Let's reacquire a maneuver node. There we go. I want to leave as soon as possible. All right. Cool. So we have a 49-second burn in about 21 minutes. So we need 2,000 delta V, and in this stage alone, it looks like we have 2131. All right, cool. Don't worry about your English, Weifeng. Cool, also designed a reusable first stage to save Kerbucks. A lot of Kerbucks, yes. There's some mods that can actually help you with cost cutting, stage recovery. I used that early on in my career. I forgot, I put a ladder out here to give it something telescopic that could go in. I don't know, it's dopey. Now, chances are, all of my pioneers are probably going to lose communication with Kerbin. I just don't have a good network. This is a medium-sized dish, so maybe. Again, we have an initial burn of 2061. We have 2131. So after this initial burn, I'm not going to carry this extra weight around. We're going to get rid of this stage. So we shouldn't have any sort of intercept problem with Joule. Yeah, there it is. But it will be almost a 1 minute burn. All right, 20 more seconds. When you do land on Kerbin, there is a recovery process. You do get some of the money back. But there's a mod called Stage Recovery that you can attach chutes to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was interesting. That happened once before, too. Well, we're going to have to make a little bit of a course correction. Let's go ahead and... I've had that happen once before when I was doing an interplanetary burn. Yeah, I think they made a change to it. When I first used it, you didn't need a probe core, but now you do, I think. Alright, so here's the problem. Okay, so when is that construction thing going to be done? In 2 days. Because what I want to do is I'm going to take this out here. And I want to set up a correction, course correction. I need to get this outside of this. I wanted to reacquire the Joule encounter, and I don't want to have to worry about it. But at the same time, I don't want to miss this construction window. Whoa. All right. Okay, so let's add a maneuver node there. We're going to have to, I don't know why it went screwy. But it shouldn't be. There it is. All right. So, all right. So, what we'll do is we're going to add this as a maneuver node, or as a thing. And what am I looking for here? This. So on Kerbal Alarm Clock, we're going to add. This is going to be a Pioneer 10 Joule encounter. Pad it by 10 minutes. Add that. Okay, so we have a very small course correction coming up. Let's get that turned off, And with that happening 56 days out, the next thing we have is 41 days, but we have construction in 1 day. Yay. So is what we'll do. So we'll click, how do I do this? I think I just go, that will do it. So we want to go there. But, you know, early on in the game, any recovery of funds, you know, the cost of a shoot, you recover it. You know, if you get, you know, over 75% recovery, sweet. Whoa. Okay, I thought I was out in space for a second. Alright, so let's close this window. These. Close. There you go. Close that window. Let's go to... There. That's what I wanted. So we'll do an F5 here. And we're just going to wait another day. Maybe. There we go. Alright. So is what we want to do is we want to go to the resources. And we want to transfer monopropellant. Good. Don't care about replacement parts. Liquid fuel. I'm having game stutters here. There we go. Liquid fuel, monopropellant. Oh, and supplies. Yes. I almost forgot about supplies. Actually, I was going to do half supplies. I can do 50%. Come on. 50. There we go. The Delta V requirement for boost back and landing is kind of dumb, though. Oh, yeah. Alright, so we have liquid fuel, we have oxidizer, we have monopropellant, right? Where's that? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, it is. Alright, and electric jar. Okay, transfer now. Hope that worked. Yep, looks like it did. Cool. And then we say launch. Now, if this worked, we should have our little tiny transfer pod. There. There it is. It's so cute. It's so adorable. Okay. It did a bunny hop. Alright. So, there it is. Poof. I thought it actually only made the top portion of it. Alright, so if we check the resources, we have... We didn't get all the monopropellant, but that's okay. I didn't want to click that. We got half the supplies. Huh. Wonder why I didn't get all the monopropellant. Maybe the slider didn't slide. That should be more than enough, though. Alright, so here is what I would like to do. Let's do an F5. And we're going to activate this engine. No, 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 no. Alright, so the question is I need to take this all the way up to here. This is my target. So, who knows their orbital mechanics good enough that we know from a heading point what that is? Is that almost 0? So if 270 is this way and 90 is this way, I would set basically a 0 heading if I want to go that way. Maru, it's random when you come into a chat room. But you can always change the color. Just burn radial out. That's what I thought. Alright, so... Which is actually where I'm... Okay. Getting a lot of stutter in the game here. A lot of stutter. Yeah. Huh. Maybe restart the game? Eh, I'll be okay for right now. Oh, that's not quite what I want to do. It's okay. This is kind of fun, actually. I've never actually done this before. And could I do it manually? Maybe. No, I don't know. I'm just doing a series of maneuver nodes to, well, maneuver me to where I want to go. And basically, we built our craft. We launched it from here. What's that? Crot. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. And that's what we're doing is a planetary bunny hop to where we want to go. And why do we want to go up here is because we have a Kerbal up here we don't need. Well, we need all of our Kerbals, but he's eating food and he doesn't need to be. So I'm going to make another maneuver node here. We're going to do a radial out, then we're going to put on the brakes. All right. Pretty cool. There's MinMus. Hey, there's our target. Sweet. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the Kerbal aboard. And then we're going to send the Kerbal and this craft. We have a space station that's primary purpose is to transfer Kerbals from Kerbin to the Mun to back and forth and whatnot. Will the Kerbals die if they run out of food? Hey DJ, how you doing, man? They'll turn into tourists. That's how I have my life support set up. But you can make them die. Yep, you can if you want. Alright, so let's warp to here. And we want to do a maneuver node here. Just our trajectory. And we want to start slowing down a little bit. Question is, do I have enough delta V to do this? I don't know. Is the original Kerbal team still alive? I've lost Jeb once. But I do have some flags of Kerbals that have, you know, test pilots. Their flags are at the admin building, at the flag. Oh, why did it do that? Okay, so if I do this and then go, no, this way. All right, rendering range. We're gonna have the Kerbal EVA out to it. I'm not gonna... I don't know if I'm gonna have enough fuel to actually get off the planet. $427 delta V. Is that enough to get off the planet, get out to the station, and dock? Well, let's find out. So our engineer, Benjamin, you're right. Okay, where's the right at? Okay, why don't I see the rocket? Okay, confused. Oh. Okay. Weird. Oh, there it is. I'm good. The majestic roll. Because I don't think I like this idea. I want to go back. Alright. So, he's got 37 days, 6 days of, or 6 years ahead. What? That's gotta be wrong. 6 years? No, Kerbals don't die of old age. I think they're ageless. Alright, so this needs to not go to Kerbin. This is where it needs to go. $427 delta V. So don't know. Oops, didn't want to do that. Should use a crane to boost it. I don't have a crane. I think this Kerbal may not make it. Or $394 to circularize. I don't have it. What we got going on here? That's still going to cost $540. Wait. Well. There's no way Kerbal can get even into orbit. It's already gone. And that's way over here. You know, the thing is, this thing had 1700 delta V. That was just a poor series of maneuver nodes, waste a lot of fuel. So alright, so is what I'm gonna do. This thing can get deleted. I don't need this thing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That was totally wicked!
Sumo Deluxe with a host. Thank you, Sumo. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, this thing is almost empty of fuel. I don't have any fuel here, but I have a little bit of fuel there, maybe? So let's go check. Maybe I can fly that over here. I don't know. Let's find out. Sumo Deluxe, how the heck are you if you're out there? I might be able to bunny hop this over here depending upon how much fuel there is. Transfer the fuel, and then maybe that gives me a fighting chance. Because I have no fuel here whatsoever. No way of getting fuel. Wait a minute. May not be entirely wrong. I think I can save this. Through the magic of something. Alright, so, wait a minute. How come... Alright, so, what do you got for... Oh, you're empty. Alright, you're empty. But you have one of those. You have two. Can I do this? I can do this. I can do this. First of all, I almost deleted that, and it's going to be a lot. So, what's in here? More of those. All right, cool. This is what we're going to do. We're going to bunny hop this over to here. We're going to connect it to the rover. Then we're going to repaint this. No. Yeah, we're going to repaint this to liquid fuel and oxidizer, refuel the transfer pod, put this back to whatever it is, and then we should be able to get out of here. All right. So let's see if I can do this. So, wait, okay, so we're going to do this route. All right. I just might as well just park it over here. All right. If the panic button allows you to, it does an automatic reset. It stops the horizontal vertical velocity, and it then does the engine a full burn for, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds. All right. So is what you're going to do is you're going to go up here. Well, first of all, let's, oh, okay, well, my bad. Almost tipped it over. So is what we got to do is switch over to here. I don't think anything bad's going to happen if we can't dig up exotic minerals and store it for a second. Because what we're going to do is we're going to... Okay, that was weird. Alright, let's go back to the Kerbal. We're going to repaint this to refueling 1. Does it have to be stowed? Yeah, I broke panels. Why can't I repaint this? Does it need to be... Alright, so let's do this. Let's retract it. Oh. Oh, okay. So, advanced parts, no. Advanced supplies, nope. Raw materials, nope, nope, nope. Refueling 1, yes. That's what I need. Oh my god, oh my god. Alright, so then we're going to come over here. Open this up. Drag this here. I think I can carry 2 of these. I can, alright. Then... So right now, we're digging up something and it's not going anywhere. It's not going to cause a problem. But what I've just done is I've refitted the inflatable storage device to be able to do fuel. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this here. For the game to catch up. And then we're going to put one here. And wait for the game to... Wow, that was a total crash to desktop. I don't know how much I... Well, I need to restart anyways, and while that restarts, let me go do this real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I've returned. We got the game up again. Alright, let's see where this game crashed us at. I think we have a working plan. I think this is going to work. Wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have an engineer, but... Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what the last thing on the list here is. Okay. Excuse me. Oh man, sniffles. Alright, so where do we leave off at? Okay. We're going to repaint. We have to retract this to repaint it, right? Yeah, alright. So I believe a pilot can repaint, but to do these Kerbal attachment pipes, that would not work. All right. Oops. Okay, so now this should be liquid fuel. Sweet, we have access to liquid fuel, so now we go back to the Kerbal. Excuse me. It's very rude. And we are going to get on top of this. Now, this was this was again an afterthought, because when I flew the original exotic thing out here, the engineer did not have a tool, so he couldn't do anything. So I flew out this out just to get him a tool. All right, and there we are. All right, upsy daisy. You wish they implemented all these awesome mods in the stock game? Well, some people may not want them, so, you know. I know a lot of people want the Kerbal Engineer ability. You know, be able to see all that information. Alright, so again, we're going to tool out. Put this right here. Okay. F5. And we're going to put this one. Oop, didn't want to do that. Kind of want to line it up so there's not that much tension. Okay. Let's do another F5 right here. Now, with nothing holding him down, he can come up here and say link. And back, easy fella, easy. And then we do a link. Good. Now, what we should be able to do is find this tank. Oh wait, I have to go here. All right. And we'll go tank. Tank. Going to take a few clicks. Because basically we're going to transfer some fuel through the planetary warehouse into our lander here and get our Kerbal out of here. Alright, so we do that, then we right mouse click on this and we say out. And the reason why these levels keep going up and down is I haven't expanded or deployed that ISM, so it only holds so much. But where all that's coming from is one of the first things I did is I landed a stock ore drill, which means it had a rover assembly, but it was stock drills going for the stock ore. And then somewhere else on the planet, I have the MKS mods that allow me to get the ore, and then we process the ore into liquid fuel and autopropellant and stuff. Oops. Clicked off screen. Did not know it would do that. Excuse me. So, I should now have more than enough fuel . But this is fairly extreme because the rocket did have to go from an equatorial via inclined and then inclined back to, well, something that is at a fairly equatorial. All right, so they're all filled up. Cool. So we can... All right, so we'll go back to our engineer. And he's going to unlink. And I don't know if it's going to cause a problem, but I'm going to actually remove this. That way there's nothing on the craft that shouldn't be there. And we're going to... I wonder if... does this have inventory? No, it's up front. Alright. And then I have to repaint this back to... What is this? Exotic minerals. Alright, so repaint, fueling, supplies, agricultural, raw materials 2. We're gonna exotic resources. Let's see if that's it. Yep. We just lock that one, lock that one. Alright, so back to the Kerbal. So we on the fly we rejiggered a drill platform so we could resupply a lander. And he's weighted down, that's why he's going very slow. That one little tiny thing weighs way too much, almost. Alright. Then we're going to return this back. And he's going to go board his lander, his refueled lander. All right. 2000 Delta V. So again, I doubt I can do this because I'm not really good at this. But let's see, that's my new target. And I'm thinking if I go, I don't know, get the same altitude of 200. Let's see if I can do that. Expand the resource tank. I mean, if I do, it'll just fill up more. When it's retracted, it still deploys the minerals into the planetary warehouse. I'm going to take my apoapsy out to about 100. Alright, so that'll give us an orbit. And I think our target's orbit is 200. Yep. All right. Oh, no, 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 no. You know what I just realized? Our target is going this way, I think. I don't know if I have the Delta V after all this to do this. Alright, well. Let's see what it's going to take. So basically, I need to do... I have to go this way with the inclination. $7.99. Jeez. Wasn't really paying attention, was I? Whoa! Waffles, waffles, waffles. I was in deep concentration. All of a sudden, I'm flaunted with waffles. Sumo Deluxe! Waffles, waffles, waffles is what he says. Thanks, Sumo. Appreciate that. Burn higher so inclination doesn't cost as much. Phone keyboard. Well, burn higher. You mean... Well, if I have a higher orbit... that means I'll probably have to wait longer, and with the life support, my Kerbal might, Sumo, thanks a lot, man, I really, really do appreciate it. Guys, Sumo Deluxe is also a streamer that does KSP, let me give him a shout out. He's got a Kerbal career going on, he made the plunge, yes he did. He, is returning back to Kerbal. I forgot to spell Sumo. So click on that link. Give him a follow, I'd appreciate it. I know he would. Well, 37 days. Bonnie Fernandez, thank you so much for that follow. Well, let me see here. So, this is going to cost $807. I don't think I'm going to need... I think I can still do this with the limited amount of Delta V. I gotta remember my orbital mechanics. So let's get our nodes as close to 0 as possible. I think that's 5, 4, 3, 4. Alright, so that's close enough. Now, what is our... Where's our orbit? Where's our stuff? Whoa, that's too terrible. Thank you, Boyster. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, wrong way. Here we go. What am I at there? 143 by 100, so... So what I'm trying to do here is to get... well... Trying to do something that I don't know if I can do. What do I gotta do here? That. 0.6. How's my orbit? You don't, so my orbit's dead. Okay, so well, that's way far out there. Oh, I need to pull that in a little more. So why does that give me, so I'm at 102 by 150. Okay, 4.0. Oh, to fix that, we do a little bit more. No, we go this way. Then need to increase, no, decrease. I don't think I can get this all in one fell swoop. This node is driving me up the wall. Alright, so that's 1.0. 25 by, what's mine? 25. Oh. So be a way to keep this tailored. Oh wait, it's gonna go the other way. $220. Because if I can get this looking good-ish, then whatever I have left over, I should be able to do a rendezvous, because the rendezvous really won't cost that much. But I'm having a little bit problems getting these things to dial in. That's pretty close. See if we can do better. I should have a 100 by 100. That's 102 by 81. Oops, wrong way. Alright, this should do it. This should be good enough. I can't see the numbers. 91 by 102. 94. 98 by 102, and that's minus 1.8. That's going to cost 800 delta V. Leaving us a little over 400 to make the actual rendezvous. Whoa. And the reason why it costs so much is when I launched, I should have made a mental note of what direction I sent the rocket in versus the orbit of the station. Because what I'm doing is this inclination change is changing the orbit at the same time. Hopefully I did it right. Do you know you can right-click on markers so you can... Yeah, I can. Yep. But if you right-click on one and you want to get data from the other one, you right-mouse click on it, it unclicks that one. Yeah, so you're saying right-mouse clicking on the shields here. Yep. Sometimes just going back and forth is quicker, especially when you have a lot of stuff. So now we're going the same direction as our target. And again, initially if I would have launched, instead of coming this way, I should have gone that way. Instead of 90, I should have done 270. Alright, so we have 500 delta V. And what is our orbit? 102 by 100. Okay, that's good. So now, let's drop a maneuver node here, and let's see about getting a rendezvous. Actually, maybe, I don't know if this is, since I have the, where am I? I'm right there. So, how much, oh, wrong way. Hello? 06, 02, 01, 01, whoa, 0, alright. And let's push out. Okay. I see a possible... Alright, Maru, have a good night. Thanks a lot for hanging out, Maru. Appreciate it. Okay. Not quite. So... So if I take and maybe drag this around to about there, 7.6. 6.8. I'll take it. All right, that's going to cost 36 on the Delta V. So again, we have 567 Delta V. We're going to use 36 of it. Excuse me. And what that does is it alters our orbit enough to where on a part of it, we're going to have a rendezvous that has a little bit of a gap, but the closer we get, the more I'm going to fix it. And I'm just trying to... We're going to do an F5, and we're going to warp to here. That's us. That's our destination. And that's our intercept up there. Now, our intercept has got a gap of about 6 kilometers, almost 7. So what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to fix that. Because what I'm going to do is point retrograde. Actually, I'm going to point prograde. I'm going to point towards our target. Because we're going a little slow. Where's our target? There it is. So we're going to accelerate towards our target. So if you notice down here, it shows the gap. The target gap is decreasing. That's what we want. We want this to be 0. Now, the bad thing about this, even though this is good, it's propelling us towards our target much quicker. So when we get about 6 kilometers, if this is not quite 0, we're going to turn around, and then we're going to slow down. All right, we're going to slow down right now. All right, so we're 2 minutes away from the target for my intercept. So what we're going to do now is we are going to so we're slowing down, but we're also still closing the gap. We had almost a 7-kilometer intercept gap. Now we're down to 1.5 kilometers. All right, so pretty darn good. We'll do an F5. And then now our orbits should be pretty much aligned. And when we get closer, then we'll start using RCS to, you know, just go in there. Then we're going to dock, and he's going to hang out there until we design another craft to come from Kerbin transfer station here. So basically, we're going to have a shuttle or a pod that goes from the MUN to the station. Then we'll have another pod that goes between the two stations, and then we'll have one that can get from Kerbin right to the station, come and then land. So we're going to have kind of a shuttle service, I guess. All right. So anyways, let's get closer here. We're still coming in kind of fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to, again, narrow the gap. Then we're going to slow down. We're 1.3 kilometers away. We're going to slow down. Try not to lose our target here. Use RCS to get this back on center. Make sure we're controlling from here. Now this is the first time a Kerbal is going to visit the MUN transfer station. It has fuel, it has power, it has habitation, it just doesn't have supplies. That's why the Kerbal had to bring his own supplies. So I was able to salvage this only because we refilled the lander thanks to the MKS mod. Well, I guess the best place for him to dock would be just over here. So according to this, we have, if we don't do anything, it looks like we will actually collide with the station. But we survived. Look, we have 300. This is actually enough Delta V to get to Kerbin. Yay. So we want this to dock at the front of it, where it's got a little crew cabin. I think that's a construction port, so I can't dock there. But this is a docking port right here. Oh no, did that say... Is that a construction port? That's a docking port. That's a docking port. That's what I thought. Alright. I was confused. Alright. You're so confused. What are you confused about? The MKS has got a mod called Construction. And you cannot have a docking port dock with a construction port. Okay, caps lock for refinement here. So if you want to dock, you have to dock docking port to docking port or construction port to construction port. You cannot go docking port to construction port. It actually says that too. So why do I have exposed construction ports? Well, that's how I plan. Yay, magnets. Alright. So now's what we're going to do is... Let's see here. Can I leave him here and... Oh, wow. So, he can hang up here for a month, and without even turning on habitation, he's got 166 days of habitation. But, what happens if we turn it on? 3 years. Alright. Six years. Cool. This also has a converter too, I think. Yep. Didn't change anything though. Alright. Nice. I always feel weird that stock ports refuel and transfer queue. Oh. Well, yeah. But there's also a crew hatch. So sometimes if you look at docking ports, it could be a crew hatch too. So it's like, you can look through that. But if I wanted to, I could just EVA him and put him over here. We have 37 days of supplies. And you can be a happy camper for 6 years. Won't get homesick until another 8 years. So, again, this craft will not be going to Kerbin, so we're going to shut the engine down. And it's got fuel to refuel anything that docks. Now again, with as much fuel as I had, I probably won't. But And we can also bring some scientists up here and research some science too. But the initial design, the reason why I have a docking port, no, that's a docking port. The reason why I have a construction port here is I had, and I don't know where it went, I had a 3 senior docking port, kind of a berthing compartment where I would be able to put my my little tug, but it's gone. That's all right. All right, so I think I'm done for the day. So what did we do today? We did a drill rig replacement. We did a we did the COMMSAT around MinMus. That was actually kind of cool. Oh, you know, speaking of which, hang on. Let's go out to Duna again. Let's take a look at Pioneer 10. Let's see if it has any communication. It does. What now? What is it bouncing its signal off of? MinMus. So that MinMus is helping. Nice. Now it still has quite a journey. Yeah, it has. Where's Pioneer 10? Oh, it has 313 days till we. Oh, it's a jewel capture. Very cool. So if. Well, that looks like an expensive burn. Hey, Tasto, how you doing? Alright, so what else do we have out here? This is the resource... Oh, this would be really important not to lose communication. Please, 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 please. Oh, that's not good. Not good. We might have to send out another one. Because, well... At the time, what I designed was something for close range instead of long range. So we have only small... Well, actually, that's not that small. Yeah, the flu? I'm just getting over the flu. You're crying. I'm sorry. However, when it comes back around for the next burn... Where's Kerbin at? I have a feeling Kerbin's going to be even further away. However, why can't I do that? So the Duna resource scanner currently doesn't have any communication. And for some reason I can't switch out. All right, let's try this. Huh. Weird. Thank you. But I do, whoa, have Mariner 9 in orbit. And it's been going in and out of communication. So it currently has a 1% signal. So maybe by the time the resource center gets out here, it'll be able to bounce a signal through this or vice versa. I'm kind of thinking, might want to design, let's do that. Okay, before I leave, let's upgrade that resource scanner because I'm going to need to know where the resources are out here. So let's go to the Space Center. Excuse me. How am I? I'm getting over the flu. I still have some head stuff. Where do you conquer for Kerbins? Where do I conquer for Kerbins? I conquer Duna. Sorta. Alright. So what we could do is take the Duna resource scanner and upgrade it. in a couple different ways. Let's find it. It's L's, K's. Duna resource scanner. All right. So here's my thought. We don't need this because this is going to scan for resources. So we can get rid of this, and then we can put this. We have this. So wait a minute. And this has got science on it. So if we do 2 of these. Okay, that'll work. Now, I also have these things. Somewhere. You know, I could forego the low-res scanner and do one of these. Oops, not 2. 1. So we have the biggest relay antenna, and we have, so this can get out to 158 gigameters, and this does 158 gigameters also. But then we also stack another 22.4, so 45. By the way, it's Kerbals? Alright. It's so confusing, I guess. Yes? No? I don't know. Do I need the smaller relay antenna? Probably don't. So, why don't I... trying to think of a way. If I take this and put it here, and then put 2 of these. Then, Duna has got some pretty good reach, maybe? Hey, Thermalace, how you doing? I'm thinking this is the updated resource scanner for Duna. So let's save it. And what we'll do tomorrow is we'll put a kit up on the MUN. We'll build this and launch this from the MUN as a backup, just in case the other resource scanner doesn't get a communication. I didn't say anything of the sort. I value the Kerbal community. So do I have anything? 39 days. It would make more sense to put a kit, advance the time. All right, let's go see. We did a historical burn for Pioneer 11, something like that. So what's next on the list? Whoa. So explore Duna. Oh, alright, we could actually do that when we do the thing coming up. Wow, look at all this. So those of you doing a Kerbal career, this stuff right here, the science, easy money. So spend the money, put a scanner and a lander on the planets that you see that you can do. I mean, right now, I think I have a lander on Eve, but it ran out of battery. I don't know. He's pretty thankful when chat spots mistake. Oh yeah, I'm very humbled. So I have something on the surface of Eve, but the batteries ran out, which is kind of historical. From the surface of Duna, don't have anything on the surface yet. I can do the MinMus one. I can do the Kerbin one. I can't do these. Oh, now I can do the space around Eve. I can do and these. Look at that. That's free money. That's 70,000 Kerbal. No, 181,000 Kerbal bucks. So the next thing coming up is the Pioneer Venus Orbiter. Was the first of a 2 spacecraft orbiter probe combination designed to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the atmosphere of Venus. It was a multi-year mission and was used to map parts. Long-term mission must have a low resource. Oh, so a low resource scanner, low resolution scanner. So this low resolution scanner is from ScanSat. So we have to actually scan. So is this orbiter? Oh, this is just an orbiter. The way it was sounding like, I thought it was a lander. All right. That should be fun. And then look at that. Shut up, Gene. A shuttle. Very frightened of that. Fame changes everyone. Well, you know, hopefully it changes them for the better. That is a lot of stuff out there. So yeah, I want some of this stuff to get completed before I get... When did this happen? 1978. And what do we have here? 77. We still have a couple things from 72 and 73 that haven't completed. They're getting there though. But maybe that's how history works. You got a lot of things, you know, a lot of moving parts. All right, so tomorrow that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the resource scanner built. We're gonna launch that from the moon. That'll be a backup to the one that's going out there. Then we'll do the Pioneer Venus orbiter. Get that launched and in orbit, and then we'll speed up time. We'll get that resource scanner built and launch from the moon. Then on the way, so we'll get more stuff going to destinations, and then hopefully. Take a look at the time schedule here. So that's a burn. That's a burn. So we could get close to seeing if the original Duna resource scanner can get into a polar orbit with the aid of the Mariner that's out there. That could be weak. I don't know. But and then we can also work on trying to condense our drill replacements, habitations, whatnot. What's the mod that gives you the historical missions? Mr. Richard, I have a mod that's called Progressive Historical. There are 2 mods that give you historical missions, and if I go into my settings, you have to have contract config. So install contract config, and there's 2. There's one that's called Historical Progressions and Historic Missions. This one gives you pretty much every single satellite, every single rocket, every single unmanned everything, and it's good. Don't get me wrong. The progressional ones, they do kind of like the, you know, like I don't want to say Apollo 7 wasn't significant or Apollo 6, but those are unmanned tests. So in the progressive one, it skips over and goes right to, you know, it goes to Apollo 8, 10, you know, so it does the, you know, contract config. See, being that I've actually completed the science part, I'm still doing the collect science because that's a good way of getting money too. So I have a historical progression. I should probably also turn on the ScanSat one. Where's the ScanSat ones? I guess I don't have them. Oh no, they're built in. Oh, they're right there. All right. Who's that? That was Pile82. Thank you for that follow, Pile. Appreciate it. All right, guys. That is going to be my stream for the day. I got to preserve my voice as much as possible. Let me go see who I'm following. Any fellow rocket jockeys, any people doing some Kerbal out there that I know that would benefit from you guys, because you guys are smart. I am not. See you later, Solo. Appreciate it. All my other rocket jockeys. Odie, thanks a lot, Odie. Appreciate it. You're welcome, DJ. They're all not doing Kerbal. They're not doing Kerbal. So let's do. Hang on. I didn't want to do that. Click the wrong thing. That was bad. Well, the thing about it is, I would assume you guys want to watch someone doing Kerbal. And I don't think I know anyone. I don't think I know any of these people doing Kerbal. Oh no! Wait! Hang on. Let me do a refresh. I do know one person doing Kerbal, and it's a highly modded. It's a German English. It's Jeb Sis. He actually comes into my stream quite often. So, guys, let's go do a friendly visit, shall we? Let's do a friendly. Oops, sorry, that's all caps. Oh, that's wrong. Friendly gamer circle visit. Thermalace, have a good one. Right there. Click on that link. Go give Jeb a follow if you're not following him. He's often in my stream. He's also in other Kerbal, other Rocket Jockey streams. So click on the link. Give him a follow if you're not following him. I'm sorry. I feel bad myself. About what? What do you feel bad about? Nothing to feel bad about. Give him a follow. Tell him I sent you. I would appreciate it. I'm going to go over there and say hello to him real quick. And I know he does do German and English, so he plays KSP, so what more can you ask for? All right, guys, I'm going to give him a host. I'm going to be out of here. I'm hungry, and my voice is almost gone. So you guys have a good one. See you later.